Live.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome to more collegiate Overwatch action here at Esports U for the NJCAAE. My name is Warren Jungle God Hammond, and tonight I am joined on the mic by K-Tad. How are you doing, my friend?
We're doing all right, Juggle. We're doing all right. It's an interesting night. We've got I think we have a really exciting matchup for you guys here tonight. In that this is the NJCAAE. This is week 4, but more importantly than that, we have two undefeated teams going up against each other in Group 2 of the NJCAAE. Now, keep in mind, there are only 3 groups here for this set, and there are only a few people that we have to keep our eyes on. But with both of these teams walking into it at 3-0, I mean, it's anybody's game, right? This is the test, right? This is the test for Group 2. Who's going to be on top? Who's going to win this match? Because if it's a dominant stomp from Nova, who knows what's going to happen next, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That would be very interesting to see. But I think we're in for an absolute barn burner tonight. I think both these teams are going to show us what they're made of. I think it's absolutely possible we are going to a game 5 here, K-Tad, tonight. These two teams going to be fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that would be something interesting to see, right? If we go to a game 5, if we see how this all plays out. But I am being told we are going right into game. So with that said, let's get into it, Juggle God. It's week 4, so that means we're finally away from Lijiang Tower, and we're on Ilios now.
Yeah, Ilios is going to be the place that we land first. And gonna go to ruins as well. And as far as like the control submaps are concerned, I think this is one of the more unique ones because there's such long sightlines on this. It's really a playground for snipers, widowmakers, and the like. But at least at the moment, we don't see anybody hovering over one of those choices at the moment. But of course, that can change in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, it really can, right? I mean, we have no idea what's going to happen as we hop out of spawns, as we kind of go for it. I'm curious to see if this Ryan Zarya composition is going to stay on, because on the other side, right, you've got the Diva, you've got a little bit of dive, right? The bubble, the grav, all of these defensive tools here from the side of Jackson. I want to see how it plays out and how it goes on. Actually, I believe that's Johnston. But yeah, very curious to see what this first engagement is going to look like.
to start right on the point, not over near the Mega Health Pack, which is typically where you see this happen. We're going to see a very aggressive push coming out from Nova, but it's going to be Johnston who comes away with the first pick. It's going to snowball into several more, and with that, they will take first possession of the point.
Yeah, I mean, huge play there. I mean, just the team effort, the coordination from them to get onto point and just assert this dominance. I mean, obviously, the last few ticks, the last sets of the group, the stragglers to stay around is fine. But look at this. Fast 101. He's got a shatter already. I mean, with all of the kills, all of that damage, they're just primed and ready to go for it. Now, Solar Flare on the other side. Keep your eyes on that. He's charging up. He's almost got it in. And we technically tend to see this with these, heavy brawls on control points in the center. The Reinhardt's getting in the middle of the mix, but we'll have to see when the shatters come out and when it's going to go. It looks like Bubble's there. He's looking for it. He wants it.
And he does. The shatter gets thrown down. Not going to find anything this time around. In fact, it's going to be Fast who falls first. Pain-Taku, rather, using that Coalescence, not going to find any kills with it. Charlantis now pops theirs, and this one is going to do a little bit more. But I say that, and then right after that, Nova backs off and pushes forward, taking this point under their control.
Yeah, they take it all the way. They will push back. They hold the point. They flip it, actually, off of... I mean, worth noting, Nova doesn't even use their ultimates there, right? Let's take a look at it. Solar Flare still has his, right? We were talking about the Reinhardt shatters. They managed to win that just by holding onto it, right? They block the shield, they use it, they push back, and now actually this is trouble because this EMP is charging in the backline. None of them are looking to do anything about it. They could get caught really underhandedly. Oh, there it is.
Wow! A massive Death Blossom gonna come in from FSN. That's gonna clear out the rest of Johnston. And with that, Nova takes another fight.
Yeah, Nova takes it. They end up pushing through, and it's just going to be the reset now. I mean, granted, time's still on the clock, right? They have the ability to kind of buy themselves that time, right? Johnston does have the ability to wait it out, build up a few more of this ult economy. But on the other side, Nova, I mean, really, what did they have to commit? What, a Blossom? That's it? Now they're going in with the EMP? Oh, no.
Yeah, 6-man EMP gonna land for Nova. That's gonna be all that they need to clean up what was left of Johnston. Now, almost 70% on the board for Nova. Johnston is getting close to a must-win situation here.
Yeah, must win indeed. The time ticking down, 74, 75% on the clock. I mean, it's not looking good. They're going to have to start making a last-ditch effort soon. And I want to see when it is. There's the grab. There's the shatter. All right, they've got it.
Absolutely massive, but it's going to be Nova still standing tall despite the shatter, despite the grab from Johnston. Nova with 90% on the board, and I don't think anyone from Johnston's even going to be able to touch.
Yeah, doesn't look like it. They might have actually held them all the way at the spawn door. That's currently the play. Another shatter is getting used. Nova just burns all of that ult utility, and just like that, yep. The first point, or first point, right, going over to Nova. Huge open, huge start from them, and I mean, honestly, it takes me to that second fight, right? The inability to get value out of that shatter, and for Nova to only need to burn Death Blossom, huge for them because, I mean, we saw it. They got to sit on 5 more ultimates going into the 3rd, 4th, and 5th fights, and it was just disaster for them after that.
It was, and I have to question the Zarya pick, right? It's anytime I see Zarya in a lineup, it makes me wonder, and I want to say as well, it's not because Peach Winter is playing poorly on Zarya. They were 80% to their ult in the first fight. That is a tremendously fast ult for Zarya. To me, it's just a comp difference, right? It's just that Zarya is not as good right now as D.Va, and so I have to question that choice here as we move on into the second map. We're gonna be going over to well, and with that comes the Gaping Maw in the middle. No Roadhogs to be seen though at this point.
Yeah, no Roadhogs, not as many boops, right? Johnston actually opting to not even have the Lucio on the team, and instead they're just looking to kind of keep forcing this out. They've got the Pharah, they're trying to go for Pharmacy in the skies, but the effort on the ground, just too much from the side of Nova for Johnston to overcome right now. They're able to hold, they're able to push him back, ult economy is building, and we'll have to see what kind of happens next, as so far so good. Nova standing tall, there's another shatter, oh boy.
Wow. Absolutely massive shatter coming in from Solar Flare. And with that, Nova takes another fight win, but they had to expend all of their ultimates for it.
Yeah, I mean, they burn all of the ult economy this time out, but they're still managing to keep the time ticking. That's something critical to keep your eyes on. Time is going up. And really, on the side of Johnston, the switches, right? They're taking away some of the compositions. They're going to put Yeti on the Junkrat now. I'm kind of curious to see how this is going to play out for them, as they need to get value in this tight corridor. But with the Coalescence, with the rest of the damage coming out like we see there, it doesn't give them much time. They're going to just have to back away, just using the time available to build that ult economy, build themselves up some tools to make this next push happen. And as it stands, they just back up for now. Fast, buddy. You still got people on respawn. You need to hold on. Wait a second. You are way too deep.
Yeah, exactly. Nova needs to back up quite a bit here and start to regroup. FSN, though, has this Death Blossom just about ready to go. They're waiting for the last couple of moments for it to take over. May now looking for an opportunity in the sky. Shatter comes out from Fast. It's not going to land. Here comes the sound barrier from Misaris as well. Couple of picks coming in for either side, but at the end of the day, it's Northern Virginia who still has the advantage here. Ninja Cupcake looking to get a hack onto a couple of these targets. They've got the EMP, but they're likely going to save it for the final fight.
Yeah, they're likely going to hold on to it. They want to push it back. We saw this in the last round. We saw this in the last series, right? They want to just push him back, hold him at spawn, don't let him get close. Now, it's really going to be up onto this Riptire here. Yeti's got to get close. He's got to get into position. That's their only ultimate there. Grav actually goes through along with the EMP encounter, but it's just too little, too late. Tire's not even going to get close.
No, the Death Blossom's gonna seal the deal there. Nova taking the first map, Ilios, in, I have to say, fairly convincing fashion, K-Ted.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely the quick one. I mean, let's see the play of the game here. Solar Flare. I mean, Shatters, there was a big one, right, we saw on the well. I would imagine that's this. No, actually, it's just the swing away. Actually, no, he does get it right here. Boom, gets it, pops it. Immediate Q. I mean, I think that's just speaking to how quickly these guys are building up ultimates and how quickly they're making this work for themselves. I mean, it's hard for Johnston to play against that, right? When you've got Nova having ult economy in the after the first fight, right? A Reinhardt Shatter
Right.
after your first engagement. How are you meant to play up against that? And when they're willing to just push Q right out the gate right afterwards, what more can you do as Johnston? They just have ults and they're just using it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, to me right now, it looks as though Nova has tempo, right? They're in control of the tempo right now. They're making their decisions faster. They're making their plans faster, and they're executing on those plans faster, right? And Johnston, it just seems to be like a step and a half behind Nova right now. And, you know, the control point maps, they favor that kind of fast tempo, hard hitting composition and play style. As we start to move into more payload-based maps, we could see a shift, right? We could see Johnston starting to show some of their strength, some of their prowess. But if Nova's able to continue this kind of tempo, they could very easily just overwhelm what Johnston has for them.
Yeah, I mean, worth noting, right? It's easy to get, right, when we're talking about that ult charge, when we're talking about building that up, it's easy to get it when you're forced into engagements constantly, right? As you're saying,
Right.
when we move into payload, when we move into some of these other game types, Johnston can be a little more strategic as to when they want to take fights, what they want to commit to. And you know, maybe it's just a matter of pulling away the red curtain from the Reinhardt's eyes, right? He's seeing blood in the skies and he just wants to go for the fight. You know, maybe they can rein him in a little bit and say, "Hold on, buddy, you gotta calm down a little bit. You gotta relax. You know, we gotta play this a little bit smarter." But with that said, though, Juggle, we will be going to just a short bit of a break, as I'm being told. But don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience. I was gone from map number 1. I'm here, I'm ready, and my name's Dor. I'm with Juggle God to bring you guys the remainder of this series.
Great to have you in the casting booth, Dor. This is very exciting for me because when I got started out casting, you were there very early on to help me out, give me a lot of advice and things like that. So it's just wonderful to be casting alongside you now. So really exciting moment for me as well. Can't wait to take this game with you between Northern Virginia and Johnston and see exactly where it goes. We're going to be headed into our new map momentarily, and to kind of catch you up, Nova, so far looking very, very dominant in this matchup, but we're heading to Kings Row next, where Brawl is the name of the game, and the style of play is a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see some Reinhardt. Just please give it to me. We're at a collegiate level. I think we can run this regardless. I will say Orisa Diva has had some prominence. Double Bubble gets played here pretty often. The compositional pool that's kind of opened up is relatively wide. But this is college we're talking about. They came here to have fun. They came here to play Reinhardt. Both teams already locking it in.
That they are. We're going to have very similar compositions on both sides. Most notably, again, I think, is Peach Winter on the Zarya again. We saw that on the first map over the Zarya pick over the Diva. And I wonder if this, is still, I have to question it. Peach Winter, fantastic Zarya player, but I'm just not sure that this is the right pick. in this current environment, in this current meta. Of course, we do have the difference between the Reaper and the Cassidy as well. And that Reaper going to provide a lot more frontline damage. That's going to make Solar Flare's shield take a lot of damage. But we've got Johnston on the attack first.
Yeah, it's all about the Maywall to start things off. And oh boy, Nova is so much better. Immediately, Fast goes down. And I mean, that's what's going to happen. The second you get a flashbang, the second you get walled off, it's over.
Yeah, Fast just a little too fast, as it were, for the rest of his team right there, pushing through that choke. Gets sectioned off by that Maywall, falls down. And with a quick fight like that, no significant ults are going to be built up by either side just yet. Although I say that, and Solar Flare is looking at 85. They're going to be, this is going to be, I think, the make or break moment, this Shatter.
Shadow's a good opportunity to stop the fight before it even happens, but you know what? Northern Virginia don't seem to need it. The walls just keep connecting in Solar Flare. There's nothing to stop you at this point. You're a little worried about the Reaper. Yeah, your health bar is going to drop low, but the second you get rid of the main tank, there's no more real damage threat.
No, there's not. Once again, the Maywall, the name of the game right there. Gray doing a fantastic job of finding just the perfect moment to slice the Johnston composition in half. Now, Pain has been able to build up a sound barrier, but they're going to have to deal with a Deadeye, a Self-Destruct, an Amp Matrix, and a Shatter that's still in play.
I'm really worried about this Amp Matrix coming to fruition.
Wow.
Or just another wall. NJCAAE has been terrorizing these lobbies. No more May means normal wall, which means Solar Flare is a bit more free to hold that W key. Not too free, though. It does eventually go down. A late sound barrier from Johnston will mean that they have some more life left in this push, but they are still down members, something we have to remember as we head into the later half of the fight. Throwing in a Blizzard, they're going to give themselves a new lease on life, and it's an easy finish for the team who came in with the main advantage.
They're going to have their Reinhardt joining them momentarily as well. Fast not going to be quite so lucky as they are going back to spawn. And with that, the ult economy now starting to build up for Johnston, but it's taken quite a while. 2 minutes already burnt off the clock. I'm going to be looking at this Coalescence as quite the initiation tool for Johnston. If they can get in quickly with that, maybe even throw a grab out, this could go their way. But they need to deal with Gray. If they're still in their mech, it could be very dangerous.
There's a first grab. Big eat, though, out of Gray. Immediately, the D.Va spots the play. They've been sitting on that grab for just so long. Follow-up from the Deadeye in North Virginia with some wonderful proactive play. Takes another fight away.
Nova just absolutely on fire right now. And look at this. Johnston spent all of their ultimates in that fight. Every single one of them that they had. And they didn't get anything for it. Not only that,
they didn't
but
use
Northern Virginia dealt with it quickly.
It's a little crazy to see this many fights happen on a point A, but we really have. They've ended and began so fast. Now with those double support ultimates, Nova know they can just lean back, take advantage of those. This is going to buy a lot of time. Then maybe a sound barrier engage, or even just a sound barrier to counter. It's going to be a beautiful setup here, right? The second May comes out with that Death Blossom, pop your sound barrier, turn it into an engagement. Now you've got a Shatter to follow up.
This Shatter could be absolutely huge. It's going to have to be because that's the only ult on the board right now. But you know what? They don't even need it as Solar Flare just rips through Johnston with that Rocket Hammer.
Nicely done. They've got ultimates to spare. North Virginia's looking good here with just 30 on the clock.
Yeah, they are looking absolutely fantastic now. Now, Johnston does have this sound barrier online. They're going to get their Shatter about halfway through this fight. Maybe even the Coalescence. So if they can last long enough, if they can outlast this Blizzard, right? If they can use that sound barrier to protect them through that, they have a shot to take this point.
That is the critical thing, though. The sound barrier, it connects, it allows them to engage, it shuts down the May, stops her from getting the Blizzard off. Everything's going to plan except for the kills. Solar Flare finds two in the midst of all that chaos. Johnston entered the fight so correctly. Pankeku's sound barrier was perfect, but perfect just ain't gonna cut it against North Virginia.
Nova, an absolute powerhouse on King's Row. You know, I said at the end of that last match that, or rather that last submap, that Nova had the tempo, right? They were in control of that, and they look to have taken that control and run with it on King's Row. You know, they were able to keep this kind of fast, furious pace up, and Johnston's just unable to respond to it. They're playing at a breakneck speed as well, but I wonder if maybe they need to take a little bit of time instead and, you know, organize these fights a little bit more, because right now they're just not able to go toe-to-toe with Johnston in this mirror composition.
Yeah, and I mean, with 4 minutes sitting here in front of Northern Virginia, I would imagine it's pretty different from North Virginia. Northern Virginia, they're going to have a little bit of fun with this one. I think we're going to put a nice little top hat on this on this Omnic, and then we're just going to have a great old time. Johnston has to answer it. Something easier said than done, but with the Bastion of your own, maybe, just maybe, you can do it.
Exactly. That's entirely possible. The I tend to call it a desperation Bastion pick, and I think in this sense it's very apropos. So Johnston, they're going to be resting a lot of their a lot of their hopes and dreams on this Bastion pick right here. But if they're dealt with it, and that could be a very easy task, right? Ninja Cupcake hovering over the Symmetra right now in spawn, they could just TP to that Bastion and mitigate its effectiveness almost immediately.
It's also not going to be known for a while. They're taking the side route from the spawn here, but the second you see that TP, you know exactly what's up. Bastion, teleport in. D.Va only has so much defense matrix, and the opposing side is down. There is nothing to rival the firepower, the hell that reigns from above. That is FS, and Northern Virginia are taking away a map number 2.
And in very quick fashion as well, Northern Virginia, we came into this match with 2 teams at 3-0, knowing that one of these teams was going to take their first L, and right now it looks to be Johnston. Northern Virginia is proving themselves to be head and shoulders right now, I think, above the competition in this group, and just an absolutely nasty shatter coming in from Solar Flare. I mean, he's been hitting these left and right today for their team, so kudos to them. And Johnston, they're just looking like they don't even know what to do at this point. They're just lost.
I mean, the pace of the game just feels a little out of their reach. Northern Virginia are always one step ahead, or always one ultimate ahead, always having better ult tracking as well, which is something we should keep track of in general, right? They knew exactly when to hold their ultimates. They had 2 support ultimates up against 0 at one point, which is a huge gap in terms of ultimate economy. They were able to roll into the end of the game, but every single fight, they know exactly what their win condition is. They're walking in with an idea of how to shut down their opponent's win condition and just executing on that. It's a pretty straightforward plan. They're playing the fundamentals, but they're playing them really well.
I think a great example of the of Northern Virginia knowing not only what their win conditions are, but knowing what Johnston's win conditions are was that that fight where the shatter landed from Solar Flare, and he immediately took out the Mei with that Fire Strike. The Mei was the only player that Johnston had with an, that was their win condition to get the Blizzard out. But they weren't able to do that. They dealt with that threat immediately. They dealt with the Bastion threat immediately. And it's this immediacy with which they're doing this and just taking the win condition away from Johnston that's absolutely tremendous.
Now, you've got map pick now. That's something we really need to think about. Do you still want to keep the Reinhardt, or do you want to try and move him on to something else? What's the plan here for Johnston in your mind?
That's a very interesting question. Now, I do believe, let me see here. I want to just double check on this. I believe the maps are chosen beforehand. Do I have that right, production? I just want to double check on that. Or is this going to be a situation where it's Johnston's map pick, so it's just the first map that's chosen right out the gate. Johnston's map pick, it's gonna be Assault, and I think if this were any other map type, I would have an answer for Johnston. But right now, these Assault type maps, my thought is let's try and mix this up. Let's get Nova on to dive. Let's try a different composition. Let's change the play field some, right? Let's change the field of engagement somehow, get them off something that they're clearly comfortable on and dominating on right now, and see if we can make something different. Production, one more time in my ear, what was that map choice?
Hanamura.
I feel like this is playing straight into Nova's playbook, if I'm being perfectly honest. I think that this kind of map pick is gonna just lead to more dominance from Nova, because this to me is the quintessential Reinhardt Assault map pick. I mean, you go with Ryan Sim, you TP to point. It's it's very, very, I don't know if I want to say cut and dry, but it's very standard, right, as to how you want to approach this map.
Yeah, I would argue that there are definitely some other approaches you can take here that are perfectly viable on both defense and the attacking side, but especially defense here. The most prominent composition as of right now is probably Orisa D.Va at the highest levels. Not every team is really super comfortable with Orisa D.Va, especially since it came up while Al was out, so not everybody's super playing it. The one that everybody does commonly know, especially though, that you can count on when you get down to collegiate, when you get down to high school leagues, is that people know how to run that Reinhardt teleporter strat. Straightforward, like you said, easy to run, kind of colloquially known for being run on this map. So I do expect to see it at least out of one of the teams, but I'm actually more interested in what the defensive setups are for each of them, right? Something like a Pharah can throw a real wrinkle into the mix for a lot of these teams trying to teleport a Reinhardt onto the point. You're throwing spam at them. You're throwing off angles at them. Things like Ashe Torbjorn with a Sigma from the opposing high ground can be really good. So Double Shield can find a lot of interesting use cases where you're playing an off angle with the Sigma and a Torbjorn, or the Sigma and an Ashe, throwing a Mercy there to damage boost, and you've got some real threatening things that aren't too hard to pilot. So Johnston can open the door to something like that, maybe stop a lot of the aggression that this Nova team's throwing out at them, and then maybe see where things go.
You know, that's a good point. And to continue with your counterpoint again, right? If we look on the attacking side, you know, like I said, it's very standard to pick the Ryan Sim, even with a Mei, right, to wall off that choke once you've TP'd on the point. But you can run dive here as well, right? You can absolutely run something like a, with a Winston Devo or even a Wrecking Ball Devo, right? And if if you see that the opposing team is running that double shield, a Wrecking Ball starts to look a little bit more appealing on attack.
Oh boy, Nova's already doing what I was a little scared of, though. It's not exactly double shield. It's not Orisa D.Va. Oh, it is double. That's mean. Is this verifiably cyberbullying? Look at this. It's exactly as I predicted, right? You've got the Torbjorn Sigma sit on one high ground, or you could just lump them in behind the Orisa if you really want, because that Pharah is going to act like the Ashe I was talking about, take an off angle with the Mercy, and just dominate from the skies. This makes a really nasty choke to break, and even if you teleport through it, the spam that's going to be coming at you is really, really hard to ignore.
Oh, yeah, it is. We're going to have one sub coming in, by the way. Char in for Nova at the moment. So we're going to get to see them. That's going to be Ghost, I believe, in the game. Going to have the brawl coming out from Johnston. They're absolutely going to be looking to TP to point here, but Mei going to go down very low, and FSN already finding tremendous value in the sky on the Pharah.
Yeah, I mean, Pharah is so dominant in these positions. You think over to maps like Lijiang Night Market and such, where a lot of times they'll allow teams to take the point in favor of being able to spam them from outside. It's the exact same principle right now. FSN, if you find this extra pick as well, oh, it's just icing on the cake.
It absolutely is. We're going to see Johnston continue to opt for this brawl composition, right? They've decided that they're still going to try and push in with this. Now, their win condition is going to be avoiding all of this spam damage coming in, but right now FSN is just throwing it in with the barrage landing. That's that fight in the books.
Yeah, and there's just no counter on the opposing side right now. For those of you who are uninitiated, Soldier, definitely not a Pharah counter, especially when there's a Mercy on the field. With the hit scan fall-off changes and everything that's been thrown at him, Soldier just isn't really able to deal with the additional healing that a Mercy puts on.
Yeah, they're really not. I want to see Pain swap over to a Cassidy, someone, maybe even an Ashe, somebody, or well, we already have an Ashe on Mei. I'd like to see them swap over to the Cassidy for this. FSN just getting too much value right now in the sky. We've got Yeti has the Amp Matrix online. This could be big for Johnston.
Yeah, I mean, but they're just committing highway robbery every single time. Yeah, that's a little bit of retribution, but it's not exactly the kill you were looking for. Still, the health bars of Johnston get whittled ever lower and lower. FSN's over top, and of course, FSN nearing up on yet another barrage here that'll inevitably be thrown in the second Johnston even think about throwing up that Amp Matrix.
Yeah, you know, at this point as well, Johnston needs to get in. They need to get somewhere closer where he can use this Amp Matrix. They need to get to the choke, but they're having a hard time doing that because FSN is preventing them. They're preventing them from even starting to set up their win condition right now. So need to see a change in playstyle coming out from Johnston University. They need to start dealing with this Pharah. Otherwise, they're just going to run away with this. And right now, Nova has 6 ults on the board.
I mean, they're giving it the old college try, but the hit scans begin to fall. You don't even need a barrage to finish off this fight. It's free real estate for FSN. They have touched the point. That is a moment of reprieve, at least for Johnston, who can say they did not get away scot-free. With a minute 17 left on the clock, I don't think they're getting away with a tick yet either.
No, they're not going to be this time around. And I want to remind everybody as well that this is Johnston's do or die moment. This is their back against the wall. The series is at 2-0 right now, so they have to come away with a map win here, at least a tie. And right now, they don't have a win condition on the board yet. They need to get at least 33% on this. Otherwise, the best they can hope for is a draw.
I mean, a miraculous hook onto the Pharah is kind of a win condition that Johnston could play for, but there goes the hook, and now the Pharah can do whatever she wants over top. Not too much to contest FSN. The hit scans haven't really done much to do so, and with Gosa healing them up, you can afford to peek this every once in a while and just try and bait out a couple of those shots. Back into choke we go, though, and Johnston will try and do it, at least with a visor for now. But with the gravitic flux going up and the laws of physics defining the fact that it has to come back down, such with that code down, the odds of Johnston winning this.
It's simple mathematics, right? As Sigma is want to say. That gravitic flux combined with the supercharger, just so much damage. We're gonna see the Molten Core committed as well, and with the choke clogged up, nobody from Johnston even got a touch point. And Northern Virginia looking primed to take this third and potentially final map.
And you know, that's about as rude of a comp on defense as you can possibly run. It was like every nasty little trick that I mentioned before we got into the map, they pulled out. The Pharah, the Torbjorn, double shield. Oh my gosh, it gets a little out of hand. But now they've got to go on the attacking side. Whether or not they want to teleport, kind of up to them. A lot of options. They could just try and play something like a Sigma Hog, find an opening pick, and carry it across the finish line. But with the way things are looking, I'm not sure it matters what Nova lock in.
Yeah, you know what? At this point, they look to have a very solid understanding of at least two compositions, right, that we've seen so far. And if that's anything to, you know, predict on, which I think it is, I think we can confidently say that they're going to be comfortable on whatever they run. Right now, Johnston opting once again for a brawl defense. Peach Winter still on the Zarya, and at this point, I have to just conclude that Peach probably just doesn't have D.Va in their wheelhouse, right? We're going to see the Torb come out again on defense, and I like this pick. May as well. Going to provide a lot of sustain on point, which you desperately need, right? This Johnston squad, they have to survive. That's going to be the name of the game here.
I mean, yeah, live as long as you can. Don't lose anybody. The Mercy, like you said, there to help out. Keep them up. But the first push is what I'm looking at. We've got to dive, and there are a lot of diveable targets here. The Ana, the Mercy, the Torbjorn, all very capable of dying. Even the Reinhardt, when you're talking about having a Zarya, it's not that much extra HP to work with. A missed wall to start things off for Johnston. They're always starting to lose those cooldowns. Teleporting into the back line to dive onto the Ana. This is as good as dead, this Ana. Gets a nade off, but with all the pressure, Yeti is just yet to fall more like. Turret down next. And the wall does separate them away, if not just for a second, and Gray's a little bit of trouble. Doesn't get anything off, but the main tank's still under a lot of pressure here. And without the help of the Ana, without those extra heals of the main support, you're really going to be lacking. Northern Virginia also have the closer spawn, something we should keep in mind. Even though the trades have been okay, the Symmetra's still alive, the spawns are coming in, the damage is still high, and the boobs are dangerous. Charlantis finishes them off, the icing on the cake, so to speak. Northern Virginia with a clean 3-0 are going to be sweeping tonight's first match.
A fantastic showing from Nova, and I think if you are in this tournament, Nova is a team you absolutely have to be terrified of right now. I mean, they just took Johnston, the only other team with a perfect record here in this tournament, to the ropes. They absolutely dominated here on these three maps. And to me, it was, you know, not only a compositional difference, but just an understanding of win conditions, an understanding of how to run these compositions better. The Northern Virginia just, I think, outpaced them every step along the way.
Yeah, and I think the impressive part about how North Virginia did it was they did it with multiple compositions. You need to practice these all separately. You need to understand them all separately. Your win conditions change every single time, but from Ilios to King's Row all the way to that last map, they clearly understood every single time, and I love the composition, especially that they prepped for Hanamura. It's really strong. Yeah. It's really modern. At that, the Torbjorn being brought out is something I love to see, especially on Hanamura. I want to see more of this Nova team in the future just for that.
Oh, absolutely. I want to see what all they're capable of. I want to see them come out on a dive. I want to see what that looks like next. And but we're going to have to wait for that because that's going to do it for this match. We are going to throw it to a short break, though, as we get someone prepped for an interview from the Nova squad. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few short minutes.
not as many boops, right? Johnston actually opting to not even have the Lucio on the team. And instead, they're just looking to kind of keep forcing this out. They've got the Pharah, they're trying to go for Pharmacy in the skies, but the effort on the ground, just too much from...
In the sky, Shatter comes out from Fast, it's not gonna land. Here comes the sound barrier from Misaris as well. Couple of picks coming in for either side, but at the end of the day, it's Northern Virginia who still has the advantage.
Ultimate there. Grav actually goes through along with the EMP encounter, but it's just too little, too late. Tyre's not even gonna get close.
No, the Death Blossom's gonna seal the deal there. Nova taking the first map. Ilios in, I have to say, a break moment, this Shatter.
Shadow's a good opportunity to stop the fight before it even happens, but you know what? Northern Virginia don't seem to need it. The walls just keep connecting, and so it's like there's nothing to stop you at this point. You're a little worried about the Reaper. Yeah, your health bar is going to drop low, but the sound barrier from Johnston will mean that they have some more life left in this push, but they are still down members, something we have to remember as we head into the later half of the fight. Throwing in a Blizzard, they're going to give themselves a new lease on life, and it's an easy finish for the team who came in with a man advantage.
If they're still in their mech, it could be very dangerous.
There's a first grab. Big eat though out of Gray. Immediately the D.Va spots the play. They've been sitting on that grab for just so long. Follow up from the Deadeye in North Virginia with some wonderful proactive play. Takes another fight away.
Even the Coalescence, so if they can last long enough, if they can outlast this Blizzard, right? If they can use that sound barrier to protect them through that, they have a shot to take this point.
That is the critical thing, though. The sound barrier, it connects, it allows him to engage, it shuts down the Mei, stops her from getting the Blizzard off. Everything's going to plan except for the kills. Solar Flare finds two in the midst of all that chaos. Johnston entered the fight so correctly. Pankeiku's sound barrier was perfect, but perfect just ain't gonna cut it against North Virginia. Bastion, teleport in. D.Va only has so much defense matrix, and the opposing side is down. There is nothing to rival the firepower, the hell that rains from above. That is FS, and Northern Virginia are taken away.
Right. They've decided that they're still going to try and push in with this. Now, their win condition is going to be avoiding all of this fan damage coming in, but right now FSN is just throwing it in with the barrage landing. That's that fight in the books.
Yeah, and there's just no counter on the opposing side right now. For those of you who need a barrage to finish off this fight, it's free real estate for FSN. They have touched the point. That is a moment of reprieve, at least for Johnston, who can say they did not get away scot-free with a minute 17 left on the clock. I don't think they're Kings Row all the way to that last map. They clearly understood. And look at that, we're back. Nice and easy. You guys did such a great job sitting there being patient, drinking water, eating your orange slices, your granola bars, whatever your post-game snack is. But we've got a post-game player with us. It is Charlantis. Coming off that last map, a hot win for Nova. Congratulations on your 3-0, a dominant one at that.
Thank you.
All right, so I've got to know, number one, with a clean 3-0, with the clean sweep over the top of the only other team, I believe, to be undefeated.
In the group, at least.
Yeah,
yeah.
in the group. How does it feel to know that you are, I mean, definitively at the top right now? Is it comfortable, or you still got work to do?
It's a little bit comfortable, but we definitely still have work to do. If we get too comfortable, we complacent and start losing games, and we don't want that.
That is absolutely true. You want to make sure that you're staying at the top of your game. You're always playing to the top of your game. When it's when you start to get comfortable that mistakes start to happen for sure. Now, very few mistakes that I could find in this game today against Johnston. And we mentioned they were the other top team at the top of the class, as it were. Now you're standing alone. What team in this tournament do you think has either provided you the biggest challenge so far, or will provide you with the biggest challenge moving forward?
I'm not really sure. I guess it's kind of been proven that we've been sweeping every team since, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's too much of a challenge.
He's like quietly leading himself to the conclusion that, oh my god, wait, maybe we're a little good at this game. Wait a minute, maybe you're onto something there, Juggle God. All right, so let's get into how you guys are good, because that was clearly not just a dominant display on one composition. You guys showed us like 3 to 4 different compositions across those 3 maps. I'd love to know which you're most comfortable on, but also how much are you practicing in order to get all these under your belt, because from, a spectator perspective, it is clear that you guys had a definite understanding of wind conditions, how the compositions worked in and out. Is that something that you guys are doing often, or is it kind of more just a flex that you're practicing on these other comps and then you have one main one?
I guess I'm not sure. We definitely could get a bit more practice in. I think we only scrim 1 time a week, which is a bit low. But we've been together for quite a while, and that's definitely helped with synergy and putting stuff together. And definitely shout outs to our coach Camo for putting very valuable input into what we're learning. And yeah.
Well, now I want to know, so today we got to see, like Dor said, several different compositions from you. And, from my eye, you looked equally dominant and as good on any of them. And I guess this is turning into a little bit of a 2-part question, right? So first thing I want to know is, what do you feel like as a team is your strongest composition? Do you feel like there is one that as a team you just excel on above the others? Because, to me, like if I were to give you a grade right in a class, you guys got 100 on all of your compositions today. So I can't pick one that looked a little bit stronger, but I would like to hear from your perspective. Where do you feel most confident as a team?
I'm not too sure. I think Brawl is definitely like a good one to go with, but we run a lot of like modified 6-man type stuff, and that's definitely a consistent stuff that we've been practicing and feel good about. And maybe starting to come up on ball comps, but we haven't played it on any maps today.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those weird things, I think about whenever I think about ball comps. It's difficult, with any team. I think it puts into perspective the difficulty of the composition when, like, as a coach, I don't really recommend it to teams underneath, like, Daemen, sometimes Masters. It's really hard if you're not practicing it consistently, but I'd love to see what you guys can do, because clearly you've proven your chops in all these other ones. What else is there to do other than that? But that being thrown aside, you've got your win, and with that, you've earned yourself a beautiful, brand new, shiny, handmade, if you just kind of picture it in your head, this nice little thing for you to step up on, a beautiful soapbox. Shout out whoever you want, mom, dad, coaches, teachers, teammates, whoever. If you need to talk trash on some other team that you're going to slap next week, I want to know it. This is your last chance.
I don't even know who we're playing next week. Definitely shout out to...
It doesn't matter to him. He knows it's a win.
Shout out to all our team members. Definitely Winter, who couldn't be here today. Our coach, Camo. Our director, John. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for that. Yeah, I mean, honestly, keep it short. I had one guy who went down, like, he had like a piece of paper, he pulled it out on a scroll and everything, so you're doing just fine by yourself. Like I said, though, thank you so much for coming by, and congrats on your win.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, and for Juggle God and I, that means just one more match on for tonight, another best of 5. Will it be a veritable spanking like that one, or do we get a competitive match? Boy, I'm hoping for the latter, and I think we just might get it. We're going to get that in just a little bit, so stay tuned. Keep your eyes on your screens and your butts planted firmly in your seats, because we'll be right back. Welcome back, friends. Our second match of the night is just about to kick off. We've got BSCVA up against UCC, teams better known as Bryant and Stratton, Virginia, and Union County College. Excuse me.
Yeah, both of these teams sporting undefeated records right now, Dor. So we could be in for a quite a matchup between these two. But word on the street is that Bryant and Stratton, a very strong team as well. So while they're not going up today against Nova, this could be a matchup that we might see in the future, especially during the playoffs. But I don't want to count UCC out yet at all. They are sporting a perfect record as well, so I think this could go either way.
I mean, today's just a wonderful day. I love, as a caster, as someone who doesn't have to experience the pain of loss, just culling teams that are undefeated. Absolutely, just ripping that one. They're 2-0. They're starting to feel hopeful, and then you just, give it to me, because I don't have to deal with the consequences of that. But these teams do, and one of them is going home with a big fat 1 on the other side of that win-loss record. And like you said, Bryant Stratton has a bit of a reputation that precedes them. I do think it's a little unfair that you have Bryant and Stratton up against Union. It's just like a numbers game. 2 versus 1 doesn't really feel fair.
Right, exactly. I mean, look at the abbreviation as well. BSCVA. That's almost an entire word on itself. It's just missing a couple vowels, maybe. Whereas UCC it just got a couple. So yeah, that's the name advantage, shall we say, maybe going the way of BSCVA here. But that's not gonna have too much bearing, I don't think, on exactly how this game is going to go. Now, similar to the last matchup, we are going to be starting things on Ilios once again. We got to see 2 of the sub-maps. I hope we get to see the 3rd one this time around, Dor.
Yeah, and I think Ilios is a wonderful place to start just because it gives you a good kind of little tasting platter of all the different compositions that you expect teams to run,
it's
right?
Like
a little
an Overwatch hors d'oeuvres.
Yeah, exactly, right? A little bit of double shield here, a little bit of brawl here, a little bit of 6-man here. Do what you like when you like it. It's going to help us understand, what are these teams' true colors. But for teams' colors who we haven't really seen all that much, we got to talk about fundamentals, right? What are we looking for? What is our measuring stick for these teams? And for me, I'm looking at solid ultimate use. I'm looking at solid neutral game and positioning from specifically the DPS and supports as we go into this map specific.
We're going to be headed once again to Ruins first, and someone's day going to be ruined by this map. Or if not their day, at least a couple of minutes. Union County right now hovering over a fairly classic brawl composition. A little bit of some interesting picks in the back line, though. Whereas Bryant and Stratton considering this disruption-based composition with a Wrecking Ball and Sigma.
Yeah, Union County's comp just doesn't make sense from, think about what you want to do, right? You want to speed your Reinhardt in, but Pharah needs time in order to get damage done, in order to poke people down. So if your Reinhardt's rushing in, your Pharah doesn't have time to do all that damage that she wants to get those kills, and especially up against Slater on the Widowmaker. Things might get a little tough, but Bryant and Stratton aren't offering that much more of a cohesive composition in their own right. Literally everything under the sun, just here to run it. You know what? I'm here for it.
You know what? They're taking that hors d'oeuvres comparison, I think, very seriously here. We're seeing the sampling coming out in the compositions as well. No picks on board just yet for either side. Both these teams taking it fairly slowly, and I like this flank that it looks like Crispy is going on right now for Union County. Gonna see what they're gonna be able to do. They take out Slater from the back. Huge heads-up play there from Crispy. That's gonna open things wide open for Union County.
Yeah, it's exactly as you should be doing, right? Aim to get on top of that Widowmaker and then dominate the team once you've got that dealt with. Union County are doing a great job of closing the gap. I do have to note, this might be, in modern Overwatch, the most different here, the most individual heroes that I've seen in a single game. This is all the way up to 11. The only matching hero is a Lucio.
Huh. That is interesting.
It's in 2022.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think that just goes to show while the game might, some people could say it's stale, right? It's been a long time since there's been updates.
Oh my God! Wait, we have 12 different heroes.
State it's ever been in.
We have 12 different heroes now, Juggle God. This is not a drill. It's a Christmas miracle. Union County, though, are still largely in control, so the hero swaps that Bryant and Stratton are bringing in have not been exactly the most effective, but this mine should actually buy them a little bit of space as they get dropped in on the back line. It's going to separate the Reinhardt away from this Mercy, and so the healing that a Lucio Mercy provides, albeit as little as it is, isn't going to be there to save them. Lucio and Mercy both go down. That's the back line gone. Without the healers now, it's a bit dire for Union County.
You know what's been interesting so far, Dora, is I think it's been a series of individual plays that have made the difference for both of these teams, right? It hasn't, you know, and that maybe makes sense since these compositions aren't necessarily cohesive. It's been first that Pharah coming on that flank to take out the Widowmaker, opening things up. This time it was the minefield from Oval coming in and taking out Essie and Junior Blaze. But in this next fight, we're going to have 2 support ultimates online for Union County.
Yeah, and one perfectly counters the Gravitic Flux that initially comes out. Holding on to that Valkyrie, though, Essie understands how important it is for keeping this team alive. And after the res, you know you want to follow up. As long as your teammates aren't getting booped off the map, you should be in a pretty good position to do so, especially considering that your main tank is just so valuable to have up and on the field.
That it is, and Essie not even going to need to use a Valkyrie to come away with a fight win here. Union County going to be doing a great job. In fact, they're not going to be coming away with a fight win at all, as Bryant and Stratton able to hold off on that aggression quite well. 3 ultimates coming in for each side. I'm looking at set to open things up in a big way for Bryant and Stratton once they see Union County start to push.
Oh, and that they will throw. Oh, wow, just sticks it to his little toes. Down goes a Hanzo. Union County are not going to be able to find a way in, especially with this Visor into the back line. Immediately shattering it, though. I love this move. I mean, it's 2 ultimates for 1, right? Visor, Nano, or Shatter. I'll take that every day of the week. Now, though, trying to defend the point is Narwhal. With all the pressure coming in at them, that speeded Reinhardt's going to become a bit of a problem pretty quick. But you have to remember, there's not much healing. Because you're running Lucio Mercy, your health bar is borderline non-existent.
Essie's still holding on to this Valkyrie as well. I think I would have liked to have seen it committed maybe at the beginning of that last fight, because Bryant and Stratton, they have now pushed Union County to a final fight situation here on Ilios Ruins. First map that we've seen so far looking to go their way at the moment. We're going to see wholesale swaps come out from Union County as well. They're going to go with a very classic dive look.
And we'll see exactly how well that dive works, but OBL down the side lane just completely denies 2 players. The mines are gorgeous. He had one earlier that got the same number of picks for them to start out the fight, and this time it does it again. 100 to 60 and some change for Union County, and Bryant and Stratton are showing us some really good stuff. For me, though, Juggle God, the big change there was throwing on just all the support you can. With an Ana Baptiste, it's not exactly meta at high levels. But when I've done, you know, a good bit of coaching of teams at collegiate levels and stuff, some that may not exactly have the best communication, or when you're going around with this, or the game gets really chaotic between 2 collegiate teams, something that happens fairly often, just swapping on to having a ton of healing means it's really hard to mess up. And in a game that was as chaotic as that first map was, being the team to mess up less, being the team to have the more reliable backline that's just always going to be there, it feels like a really great move.
It does. You know, we're not going to see that large amount of healing coming out this time from Bryant and Stratton. Now that we're moving on to Wells, same place we ended up last time on our second map as well. We're going to have the Wrecking Ball composition come out one more time from Bryant and Stratton. Let's see how it's going to come up against this double shield of Union Counties.
Oh, boy. I'll tell you what, this is the duel we've been looking for. The anime battle out of the skies. Pharah versus Fire. Pharah and... No, please. Okay, you can't fall off the map. That would be worse. You can die to a rocket now. That's fine. There's a rocket. You go down. But as long as you didn't fall off the map, you maintain some degree of dignity.
Oh my gosh, Chubbs almost loses their footing right there as well with a nice concussive blast coming out from Slater. And it's I think the tail of the tape this time was the Pharah. Slater just doing an absolutely fantastic job taking these angles that you need to take with this Wrecking Ball composition, right? It's surround and conquer, not divide and conquer when you're running this.
Where are we going, Seth? Where are we going, bud? we booping people in spawn? I'm not sure how well this one works. Look out for the hook on your way through. Does manage to get through that junction in one piece. From the skies, though, like you said, Slater's been a bit of a problem, and removing it is going to be easier said than done, especially when you're running not really the most reliable thing to kill it in the Echo. Now the Echo down to half HP, and there's not a support that can help this Echo right now. The Mercy's like miles away. Crispy's at 4 HP. Literally just punch them, direct rocket, anything will do it. But OVL does go down again. Goodness gracious, the environmental kills. Jungle God, please. 3 people just went off the map that fight. 3 people.
that was incredible. 3 people losing their footing. The fight still going the way of Bryant and Stratton, Virginia at the moment, though. We're going to see the DMAC come out as well, and the Chubs, they're not going to be long for this world. And Bryant and Stratton looking primed to take this fight, and potentially the next one looking at the ult economy.
Yeah, they set themselves up in a wonderful position. I mean, oh no, not off the spawn wall.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I hate to see it. That's tough. That is, you know, go home, lick your wounds. It's only 10 seconds off the clock, right? But in your mind, it hurts a lot more.
Yeah,
wait, it's gonna happen again. It's gonna happen again.
Yeah, look at this.
Okay, there goes the concussive. You're fine. Dude, Seth just came in. They can't deal with it. No, you can't get another.
What?
You're not allowed. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
That's going to be game, set, and match for set right there. They're going to be sent back to spawn, but it's a long way to point. Union County probably going to see set back there, but they've got a little bit of an advantage here now, Door.
I hate that this is kind of working right now for Union County, but after being locked in their spawn, they have found a way out. They can't hit this Tracer for the life of Mira will finally take that one down. A great flex in the back line. Aims to cyberbully this poor Brigida. It was just not in the funnest of positions. Narwhal runs him down. Set keeping him off the point now. It's just a matter of burning that overtime wick a little bit. I smell a boop. There you go.
Ooh.
One more on to the feed for Set. I think that's like 4 or 5 on this point alone. This Lucio is becoming a bit of a problem.
Yeah, they're gonna have plenty of clips to choose from today, Door, to post on Reddit. I think they're doing a fantastic job. That's gonna be Bryant and Stratton College of Virginia taking the first map in once again, I think, a fairly convincing fashion.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of had an understanding that they were good, but it's nice to see it with our own eyes. It's nice to see them come into the game and really just dominate in that same fashion. Please don't have this be off the spawn. Okay, good. This is fine. This is the cleanup at the end.
Yeah.
They did do a wonderful job, though. And, you know, the environmentals, be damned. I do think Bryant and Stratton, the compositions that they brought out and their understanding of what they needed to do to just play solid Overwatch in such a chaotic environment was their biggest benefit.
Yeah, and you know, I think chaos is the prime word there, right? Because this, control tends to be chaotic, right? Let's just set that standard there. But this was chaotic even for control, I think, today. So just what a wild first map from both of these teams. And whereas in the last matchup, I think we could talk about like the tempo being one of the main contributors to Nova's success. Here, it was just individual plays, I think, and the chaos that was created by both of these sides, just allowing, I think, these individual players from BSCVA to just pop off.
Yeah, especially on the second map, right? That's where it really started to shine through.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the one kind of reprieve that you have, the one nice thing that you can go to rely on, is that the next map isn't a control point. You actually get to play something a little bit more structured, and so that's where I want to see them thrive, right? Be able to utilize the map more to their advantage as opposed to trying to go and take these fights in more willy-nilly as they have on control.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're gonna see here. These payload maps, they're a much more again, I want to use your word because it was so good there. They're a much more structured environment, right, Door? You have very, very discrete fights that take place. You have very discrete, setups that happen. And seeing if BSCVA, I did get that right.
Wow, it's a tough one too.
It is a tough one, yeah. If BSCVA can modify their play style to adapt to this new kind of map, then they're going to see just more success here. It's going to be up to UCC now, I think, to really put their feet under themselves, ground themselves in some of these processes, I think, that you have to go through on some of these maps, right? The setup, the staging, to really come away with a win here.
Yeah. Question is also, what map do they want to go to? Their map pick, they get to choose whatever they want. So, well, of hybrid, I believe, being the next map type. They choose Hollywood. Fun map. A lot of compositional variation that you end up getting here, though. Something like Orisa Diva ends up being really, really, really powerful on the first point, but the book's kind of open in terms of what you can run there, despite, Orisa Diva being extremely good. You can run double shield, you can keep bars in the sky, Ash Torbjorn, again, a composition that I put earlier on about hybrid maps and assault maps. It can be really, really slept on in terms of the power that it brings to the table. On the attacking side, you get everything across the board, and then you head over to point B, and the map type changes entirely. So really varied structures on the map to try and take advantage of, and it relies on your team being flexible in order to take advantage of them.
It absolutely does. You know, that flexibility. Yeah, you know, in some ways, I think we saw it on that first map. In other ways, we didn't. I mean, we saw flexibility from the standpoint of they'll flex to whatever they want to, either of these teams, you know, in terms of composition or in terms of hero picks. But yeah, I think seeing that flexibility come out now with more discrete and distinct compositional choices is going to be interesting, right? Let's see the brawl and how they transition potentially into a dive, or the double shield into a dive, right? That's probably going to be more likely from a defensive standpoint on on Hollywood. And you know, the counterplay that's going to have to come out, right? The okay, this team did A, let's swap to B. Oh, now they swap to C, let's swap to D. That's the kind of adaptation that I want to see coming out from both of these teams as we move into Hollywood.
Yeah, the big critique that I have for Union County, though, has got to be support comps right now. I want to see something better. Lucio Mercy just does not cut it 99.9% of the time. The heroes are kind of antithetical to one another and what they want to achieve, and thus going with something a little bit faster paced. I do like what they're bringing to the table. It's rushy, it's brawly. It's not exactly like a modern rush comp, but it's heroes that they all look comfortable on. It's going to keep it close range. It's going to keep them grouped up as 6, and the communication is pretty straightforward, right? It's easy to execute on, so Union County are going to have a reliable amount of value that they can pull out of every single fight just based on that alone. The composition they're going into, not quite as straightforward.
Oh my gosh, look at this little bunker that Bryant and Stratton has made for themselves in the corner. This is going to take Union County by surprise. It's not necessarily an optimal place to be, so it's... Oh, they're spotted out quickly, almost immediately by
run point, wall run point, wall run point, go point, go point, go point. Someone's made the call, but they didn't make the call fast enough. They've lost to Reinhardt for it, and that point call not going to work. Maybe they get a tick out of this. Nope, not a shot. Bryant and Stratton just shut it down at the heels.
A beautiful heads-up play coming out from Union County. They knew exactly what they needed to do, but the poke damage coming in from Bryant and Stratton was just a little too much for them to really get a hold on point, right? Now that they know what Bryant and Stratton is running, we're not going to see any compositional changes come out. Crispy going to be on that
position juggle. Though. They don't know about this. Reinhardt's good is dead. Later. Yeah, that was a fight that was going to end as quickly as it began. A shatter in celebration. And finish things off for Bryant and Stratton. Look at this. Celebratory waves by the Bastion. I'd be enjoying myself too.
Yeah, but I can tell you who is not enjoying themselves, and that is Union County right now, because after 2 fights, they don't even have any ultimates built up yet. Neither does Bryant and... Well, no, I take that back. Bryant and Stratton gonna have 3 online for this next fight, and look at these, like, weird little places that Bryant and Stratton is hiding to post up.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing hide and go Bastion right about now. It's not a fun game to be on the receiving end of. Especially, like, it's not just Bastion, it's also Hanzo. The amount of damage that they're pumping out. Not a May wall, no amount of Reinhardt shield is going to get you through. I do think if Union County don't swap a diva here in the next little bit, they're going to be in a really uncomfortable position. I'd love to see Tubes get over there, but I feel like they're getting a little bit attached to that Zarya.
Yeah, I think they might be. You know, it could be that just D.Va isn't in their wheelhouse. I feel like that's what we saw in the last map, and that might be what we're seeing here as well. And, you know, Dor, this, what's happening right now to Union County reminds me of what my coach used to take me through for rotation practice, right? Trying to just stay out of the way of this Bastion, which is got to be hard now that he's in tank config.
Yeah, I mean, it's about LOSing, right? Just about as much as anything else. You can spam him out right about here. If you lock in a Hanzo of your own, you should be in a good position to do so. May Junkrat's not going to get you anywhere. Up against this guy. He mows down the walls. He's got a Hanzo with him, so compositional swaps need to be pretty vast. You can throw in the ultimates now that you've got them, though, so that's at least their one saving grace.
That it is.
Oh,
if they can hit a big Riptire, this could be big, but they're going to have to get through Set's immortality.
This is going to be impossible. How do you hit a Riptire on this? How do you
Yeah,
you might be able to get it up there, but like you said, immortality's there. The Blizzard's never gonna. If you snipe a Blizzard up here, I'll buy your team pizza tonight. Like Parasol, if you manage to do that, you know, more power to you. But I just don't think that's how things are gonna shake down. Slater does eventually drop those to catch the rotation coming in. Very smart rotation from Union County. Is now the Riptire is thrown in, as well as the Coalescence, everything to try and counter this Bastion, and it does! Taking down 2, the Resurrect's still there. Parasol just stops it in the nick of time as well with a flanked Blizzard. Union County, I can say it, should be seeing the end of this point, eh? Unless Miro just keeps doing this. We forgot about the Hanzo, Jogo. We forgot about the Hanzo. We forgot about the Hanzo. A third for them, as now it's DBL up against the May, but the spawns are coming in a lot faster for Bryant and Stratton because they were the first to die.
Oh my word. I cannot believe that Bryant and Stratton hang on to that point. Huge play coming out from Miro. Absolutely tremendous. That allowed their team to get back, and he opened that fight up with a couple of picks as well. So not only did he buy time for Union County to get back, but he gave them a win condition as well, and they grabbed it and ran with it.
Yeah, I know they've got another one. I mean, they can just zone off so effectively with this amplification matrix, and they can keep people within range of virtually every LOS with the positioning of said amp matrix. Now you can recontest the high ground, take it away, make sure the soldier doesn't get any value. I love this playing from set, understanding the value that does come with being up there and continually challenging it. Runs off that 4-minute clock, and now win condition clear. Just get point A.
Yeah. And not even the whole thing, just 33%. One tick is all it's going to take for Bryant and Stratton College of Virginia to take this point, or to take this map, right? And you know, even
wait,
even
can I
if
call
they run
something?
up
Can I call something real quick? We got
Oh,
20
yeah.
seconds. I need to just make a prediction so that when I'm right, I feel vindicated. Union County are 100% locking in a bastion of their own. Like, this
Yeah.
is the point where there's like you know, the sodium content of your blood just raises to unsafe levels, and you're like, all right, 2 can play at that game. I can sense it. Watch this. 3, 2, 1.
Ready for battle.
Oh, Crispy, don't play with me. I know it's coming. I know it's coming.
You
I
can
know
do
a
it,
bastion. I know a
You can do
bastion
it,
team when I
Crispy.
see one. You're mad about that full hold.
Oh,
Ah,
the legs
Alas.
instead. The legs instead.
I can appreciate the restraint.
Right? Well, you know, Union County, this composition, again, I feel like it's a little disjointed. I'm going to use this word this time because we got Parasol on the Echo, but no Mercy this time. And, you know, I think we've been maybe griefing a little bit on the backline of Union County, and unfortunately, I think we're going to have to do it again because I think you need that Mercy in the sky for Parasol. Bryant and Stratton, Virginia, they look to be coming out with the Bastion once again, so maybe that should have been your prediction, Jor.
Yeah, I'm like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They'll teleport it right into place, and you got zero. Our cameraman can't even find the bastion right now. There they
Right?
are, sneaking around the side lane. Yeah, you have to enable the overlay to find them. That's just how sneaky Bryant and Stratton have been. Oh no, Union County have to know something's up now too. Look at them, they're cowering all the
gosh.
way back at point. They know exactly what's coming their way. It is gonna be pretty hard to actually pull off though, because remember, Hanzo Echo, that's a lot of damage to throw at a bastion, even when you put double shield in its way. There still isn't a diva, which kind of sucks, but there is still plenty of damage, and it's literally just a race to who can shred through one another fastest. Now, with that high ground, they see exactly what's going on. Teleport in, turrets on, Miro in a lot of danger, but not too much as they drop down to the low ground. Union County have them surrounded. They just have to use these off angles to deal with them appropriately. Landing the sticky mines, landing the damage, but it does not take down the Bastion. They weren't able to deal with the immortality field of Bryant and Stratton, and with that goes away their hopes of winning a map number 2. Cleanly done by BNSVA. Union County have got to answer with their backs against the wall.
That they do. Conga line to start things out for Bryant and Stratton on their attack. You're gonna lead to a very quick victory for them. Excellent heads-up play from. Love to see that teleporter strat. You know, that's exactly what you want to do against a bunker composition, right? They thrive on poke, and if you take that poke away, there's not much left that they can do.
Yeah, Union County actually played it pretty well, right? Forcing the Bastion out of the low ground. Puts you in a great position because they can't TP again. And then if your Echo takes an off angle on the roof, you're in a fine place. The Hanzo can do the same, taking an off angle on point, and then you shoot at them from above, point, and over top of the roof. But they kind of just all shot at them from on top of the coffee shop, and thus it was pretty easy for the Bastion. Just hold down that left click button, mow down 3 people, and the point's already yours. Nicely done by BSCVA. Just one more map, and they seem to be coming pretty quick.
That they do. We're going to have to see if UCC can pull themselves back into this one, if they can stop the juggernaut that is BSCVA. But before we see that potentially final map, we're going to throw it to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Crispy's like miles away. Crispy's at 4 HP. Literally just punch them, direct rocket, anything will do it. OVL does go down again. They set themselves up in a wonderful position. I mean, oh no, not the spawn. Oh, you hate to see it. That's tough. That is, go home, lick your wounds. It's only one more on to the feed for set. I think that's like 4 or 5 on this point alone. This Lucio is becoming a bit of a problem.
Yeah, they're gonna have plenty of flips to choose from today. Doors to post on Reddit, I think. They're doing a fantastic job. That's gonna be Bryant and spotted out quickly, almost immediately.
Ball run point. Go point. Someone's made the call, but they didn't make the call fast enough. They lost the Reinhardt for it. And that point call.
Red is running. We're not gonna see any compositional changes come out. This is gonna be all that
Position juggle. They don't know about this fight. Later. Yeah, that was a fight that was going to end as quickly as it began. Shattered. Celebration. Now the Retire is thrown in, as well as the Cola. Everything to try and counter this Bastion, and it does! Taking down 2. The Resurrect's still there. Parasol just stops it in the nick of time as well with a flank Blizzard. Union County, I can say it, should be seeing the end of this point, unless Miro just keeps doing this. We forgot about the Hanzo jokes. We forgot about the Hanzo. A third for them, and now it's DBL up against the Maiden. The spawns are coming in a lot faster for Bryant and Stratton because they were the first to die. But there is still plenty of damage. Literally just a race of who can spread through one another fastest. Now with that high ground, they see exactly what's going on. Teleport in, turret on. Miro in a lot of danger, but not too much as they drop down to low ground. Union County have them surrounded. They just have to use these off angles to deal with them appropriately. Landing the sticky mine, landing the damage, but it does not take down the Bastion. They weren't able to deal with the immortality field of Bryant and Stratton, and with that goes away. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Nice little halftime break. Got yourself some water. Got yourself some juice in order to continue our way into the second half of this best of 5. That being said, it might only end up being 3 mains. We'll see exactly how well BSCVA can do heading into the latter half, but so far it's been pretty dominant.
That it has. It feels, yeah, I'm feeling a bit of deja vu here, Dor, from our last map. And, to speak a little bit more to that, I would love, once again, I said this at the beginning of the match, to see a matchup between Nova and BSCVA, because I think that would be an absolute barn burner. UCC, they still are in this. They still have an opportunity to bring this back. And as we head to Assault, I'm going to be curious to see what they pick, because I think that, the map pick it's very important. I'll just say that for each of these teams.
We saw exactly what happened last time.
Very plain.
Yeah. Look, they locked Hanamura and they got Hanamured. That's all I'm going to say.
Yes. Good way.
Yeah, there's a lot of mean stuff you can do if you give the other team the right opportunity. And it's hard because, right, you're going to beat 2-0. You have to assume the other team is in some way better than you, at least in one category. And so identify what the biggest category is there and then try and take them to a map that counters it. Right now, the biggest thing I'm seeing is just BSCVA being really abusive of the fact that they have better game sense. So UCC is coming in, and they're not checking corners. They're not playing clean. They're taking a lot of things for granted, right? You see this a lot whenever people smurf and stuff, right? They'll play Roadhog. They'll just be on the flank for 9 years, be in places they're not allowed to be. And right now, BSCVA is in a lot of places they're not allowed to be because UCC is not used to removing people from those places. They're not used to having to go and exterminate the cockroaches that live in the corners that no one ever checks. But BSCVA are the cockroaches in the corners that nobody ever checks, and they look a lot like Bastion. So you need to start doing those things. So think about clean gameplay, think about checking every corner, think about making sure that BSCVA, if BSCVA is doing something that you don't normally see it for a reason. It's because there's a way to counter it. You just have to think, take a second, figure it out, execute on it. It's hard, especially when they're kind of bullying you and doing those things. It can be very mentally taxing, which is what makes it so difficult to counter when you see these kinds of matchups. But if you can collect yourself, take this halftime, talk it through with your team, it's totally doable.
It absolutely is. I think, and I think we saw glimmers of that in Hollywood, right? Because we saw, BSCVA doing things they're not supposed to do, right? Like bunkering up at the bottom of the stairs, right? Right after that first choke. And we did see UCC. They had
the right idea.
They had the right idea.
They
just
only a little bit. Yeah. I mean, had there been the Maywall a little later, had they vertical Maywalled in front of the Bastion, had they had a Diva, had the Zarya bubbles been timed like an inch better, that team would have been on point, and there would have been no counter because the Bastion can maybe rotate up the high ground, and then you just play beneath them, and it's not a problem anymore. So that was like, it's a one-trick pony, or it's a one-trick for per play, I suppose, in those situations. But clearly they've got the brains to solve it. Like you said, that was a really telling tale of UCC's understanding of the game. Clearly they know what to do. Execution falls a little bit here and there, but if they can find more of those fights where they go in with the right idea, where they understand their win condition quickly, one of these times they're going to execute on it. I can almost guarantee it.
Yeah. We are going to be headed to the frigid northern wastelands of Volskaya Industries' door. So this is going to be where Union County tries to mount their final defense, their final attempt at staving off Bryant and Stratton, Virginia's tear through their team. Union County going to be on defense first as well.
I actually really like this option from Union County. I think it's solid. I think it's really, really hard to cheese. Like, Bryant and Stratton, if you're playing on the flank here, there's a lot of ways to stop you from doing it. On the defending side, it might be tough for Union County to actually break through Bryant and Stratton on their own defensive side, but at least they get to do theirs first. They lock in a wonderful composition for it as well. I've been preaching about the Torbjorn on TCP since the beginning of the day. They're bringing it out to fight. Alongside Parasol is going to take some wonderful off angles. This is a pretty solid comp outside of maybe this tank line that struggles a little bit more to survive, but up against the dive that's being offered up by Bryant and Stratton, it might actually just get the job done.
It very easily could. I want to make sure that we get a couple of swaps that happen. We've got Miss Pachas in for Union County College, and Crispy in, or rather Sokev in for Crispy on the other side of the aisle. We're going to see a dive composition coming out from Bryant and Stratton for their attack, and I like this idea here. Union County with a double off take. This is very interesting. Dive comes in.
I mean, this is ye old double shield, but you got to know how to run it. Bryant and Stratton thus far not really showing that. They throw out one bubble, waiting for the next one on to Narwhal so that they can dive in. No, instead Union County are diving on them. Something's knocked them off the high ground, or their legs have just given into the intrusive thoughts and walked off in their own right. Seems like the same thing will happen to the Mercy as she goes careening into the water, and Bryant and Stratton take over a point A.
That was very quick, almost clinical by Bryant and Stratton. This double bubble composition usually takes a lot longer to get rolling, right? To get ready. Typically, you want to build up that nano boost, build up that Zarya charge and everything, but they just went for it, and they're rewarded with 8-point capture. Now, the snowball effect is absolutely possible because Bryant and Stratton, they're going to have this nano about a little way through this next fight. This immortality field, I think, from Junior Plays is going to have to be absolutely massive.
Yeah, I'm not seeing too many ways. This is one of those fights where you end with just a vast difference in ultimate charge that it makes the preceding one. This is why we're removing 2 CP from the game. That's exactly what this fight's about to be. One dive in, a nano boost almost up. It's almost definitely going to go onto the Genji the second they get it. Narwhal's tanking a bit of damage just to make sure that they have it. There it is, nano onto the Genji. Second point is all but free. Thank God Overwatch 2 beta starts soon. Juggle God, this is something I am not at all tired of seeing.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be happy when we don't have to deal with this anymore. As is Union County, I'm sure they're really feeling it right now.
They just get grabbed.
Yeah,
This is vintage 2CP, man. You can't escape it. I mean, there's contest, but you're probably going to be knocked off. Mercy can't res, no shot. Yeah, a little bit of time off the clock, but this is the 2CP effect in about as full force as you could possibly ask it to be. Good control by Narwhal. Do like the juggle, a couple of short hops being thrown in. This is what you like to see from Winston. A little bit of mechanics, maybe one more. No shot, just to kill with the monkey fist. This has been an impressive stagger, I'll be honest. It's been about a minute off the clock, but
yeah,
not much
you do
more
have to
than that.
congratulate Union County on that, absolutely. A tremendous showing from
Oh my god, they're
them.
still going.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, considering that, what, Bryant and Stratton probably came in with, maybe even approaching 6 minutes on the clock for that fight. The fact that they were able to burn off, we're just going to call it 6 minutes, so we're going to say a minute and a half. Very good staggers from Union County. They were able to get a couple picks here and there, and but they weren't enough, right? They weren't enough for that spawn advantage to start to have an effect. They needed one or two more in order to hold on there, and they just weren't quite able to do it. Bryant and Stratton just had... you know, I would say that time that they didn't play it perfect, right? They allowed a couple of their members to get picked, but they didn't allow too many of them to get picked, and that was the difference maker right there. They were able to ride that line, and I think that's why, as well, it took Bryant and Stratton so long to capture it, is because Union County was able to get a pick here and there, but they just weren't able to quite get their feet underneath them. Now, this is the do or die moment for Union County. Their attack has to be fantastic here.
Robots chilling, vibing. I don't know the chaos that ensues on this 2CP map. Maybe it's jail. Maybe they're just watching us, making sure we're not allowed to leave 2CP.
Yeah, they're watching. That is a terrifying thought right there. That is.
Yes, our observers found the FOV button. What a great time.
That's very dystopia feeling.
It's not gonna be a great time. Maybe more dystopian for Union County. We'll see how this first push goes. They have locked in a little bit of double bubble themselves. A composition that's not the easiest to execute, but not the hardest either. If you find those bubble rotations, like you said, be patient going into the first fight, building up a nano boost while you're at it. You can put your team in a pretty good position.
You absolutely can. We're going to see the dive come in from Chubbs, and that's going to start things for Union County. Let's see if Bryant and Stratton can hold them off.
Dive to one side, Chubbs deciding where to go next. You're looking at that attacking ultimate charge. There's no nano boost to play the neutral game for because they have Mercy's and Yada, so the composition definitely makes a lot less sense after you recognize that, but the dive still is there. It's on to the Winston, but the Winston has plenty of support. Set's Ana is built up 50% of a nano boost thus far, and there's not so much as a whisper from Union County.
No, there's not. An excellent play coming out there, and I do have to agree with you. I think this is a little bit of a composition difference right here. Right, I think. Well, actually, I'm gonna take that back. I think that
I
first
think you're right.
fight
No,
was
it's hard to
individual
overestimate
plays,
the
but I think the
importance
comp
of the
difference. Yeah, I think the
Yeah.
comp difference is gonna come into play this fight. Right. I think we saw the individual plays popping off for that first one. Now we're gonna see the comp difference come into play here for Bryant and Stratton.
Yeah, I mean, the second that Ana comes online, the longer the fights go, the better the Ana is. The Valkyrie from Miss Botches should actually be the first ultimate up, so it's going to give you a little bit of time. And actually, there's an opening where the Pulse Bomb comes up as well that you could try and get in on. But as I say, Bryant and Stratton are already building up the ultimates faster. They're doing more damage in the fight. They're taking more damage and more effectively putting it onto the Ana. Now they have a nano to work with, and they can look to re-engage because they look pissed. Narwhal into the backline. Has the Primal Rage. They don't even need to use the nano. This one's just to get a little extra out of the push.
That it is. We're going to see Narwhal play very aggressive as well, getting a little extra damage and seeing if they can chase down this Zarya. Primal Rage now used because I think they bit off a little bit more they can chew, but they may in fact get a pick for it. But Oval going down very low for Bryant and Stratton. They're going to have to back off 6 health to their name, and with that, they fall.
I love it because you could see on OVL's face they started trying to boost themselves with the right clicks, realized they were low, and then got to the soldier and just couldn't help themselves from letting one more rip. Like, they were holding back. They knew they would die to it. They saw the soldier and it was just like, oh, I gotta do it. I gotta press the button. The punish. It's tough out here, but Union County are looking all right. With that spawn advantage, they push Bryant and Stratton out of position. Both teams popping about means they both have a fair bit of sustain going into this. One DPS going down. It should be a pretty long fight actually going into the rest. Good pick on the Parasol though, and now Union County are lacking severely in damage. Bryant and Stratton have a big advantage in that they've got that Zarya charged up. Tubbs is a mile away underneath here, and it's not going to be able to help the Sports who fall next. 1:23 on the clock, and Union County have got to find the gas pedal.
That they do. And unfortunately, that gas pedal only has a Transcendence behind it at the moment. They're gonna have to take this next fight kind of slow, but they've also swapped compositions now over to this like hybrid brawl composition. But again, this backline just too weak, I think, to really sustain them through these fights, especially because Set has the nano.
Yeah, especially with a Reinhardt. I mean, you either trance to save yourself from the Nano Monkey, or you trance your Reinhardt in. There's no both, right? And you're not happy with either of them because, yeah, if one happens, the other won't, and you need both of them to happen. Later into the back line, though, as they use that Nano boost and still take down Ms. Pacha's. The Transcendence is late, and it's disaster for Union County because even through all that, the main tank falls. So Kev is starting to pop off, though. Picks up a third in the fight. The Soldier takes it into their own hands in order to win this one. Union County are not done yet.
No, they are not. That was a fantastic set of plays coming out from Union County. I think that was Bryant and Stratton making a mistake, pushing too far forward, getting a little overconfident. And when you get overconfident, that's when mistakes happen. And that's Union County taking advantage of that. Union County is a smart team. They know opportunities when they see them. We've seen them try to take them in the past. This time it worked.
I've got to work on point B, and they don't have the same comfy advantage that Bryant and Stratton had. 2 CP gods are not in their favor this time. A lot of ultimates up on the red side. Virtually nothing to work with on the blue. I mean, you can build them up as much as you want here. Chubbs is 40% though. Tubbs 40%. Maybe you get a pulse bomb, but this is by far a better position for Bryant and Stratton, who can basically end the fight whenever they want.
Yeah, and with SoCav out of the fight now, that's effectively over. Parasol going down as well means no DPS online for Union County, and Bryant and Stratton just takes this.
Yeah, I don't think you needed the grab, but I think they're feeling pretty confident in themselves either way. And with swaps coming in, SoCav going on to a Junkrat as well, I think it's going to make things a little trickier. You do want to get out of here. I don't think Tracer Junkrat's something Marvel's comfortable fighting, and recognizes that, gets out. Bryant and Stratton still feeling pretty good, but Union County are starting to come up on those ults.
Yeah, that they are. They've got a few. A stick comes in. Parasol able to find Mira.
That's what you get for trying to play in the fight. It's like I was talking about. Remember, they're not allowed to be there. Just figure out how to make them not be there anymore, and you'll punish them really effectively. Immediately running to point, trying to carry this momentum into a point cap are Union County, but maybe getting a little bit too big for their britches as they overextend into Bryant and Stratton.
Yeah, you know, I think the better play right there for Union County would have been to wait, get your supports back, and then start to push in, right? Bryant and Stratton, they're going to have the spawn advantage still, but you want to be able to at least take a fight on even footing there, right? Which is what that would have allowed, rather than taking the fight on the back foot, which is what they did. And now, Bryant and Stratton, because of that, able to build up to 5 ultimates. They didn't really need to use any in that last fight.
I smell a pulse bomb. Oh, there's Slep too. Just going to pulse bomb the Slep then. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Oh, no, you don't pulse bomb it. That's nice. At least you don't cyberbully that hard. Bryant and Stratton, though, don't even need ultimate to do this one. They'll pop them all, though, anyways. Deadeye to finish off the fight, and Nano to finish off the fight. We'll throw in a Primal Rage while we're at it. It's like a, you know, Car Palooza or Toyotathon, right? Just get everything you want.
Yeah, and, well, at this point, Bryant and Stratton has expended just about everything they have. So whether or not, you know, they may want some of that back, because right now Union County has 3 ultimates, and crucially, Ms. Pacha, she has this Valkyrie, and that can be used to, you know, charge some of these other ultimates to get them back into play.
All right, 3 on the deck, 3 on the board. Union County stepping up, immediately popping the Valk. They still have this grab, but it's so hard to land. So many of these squirrely characters that Bryant and Stratton have locked in are really hard to hit with it to begin with. But Union County have been the ones to pop their ultimates, holding it a little bit too long. Are Bryant and Stratton not using the sound barrier, not keeping themselves up in order to. Union County now have the point, but they have to take out these staggers. We know how long these can get based off that last push, and given the time that Bryant and Stratton have had to spawn, it could get bad. There's a pulse bomb on deck for Slater. There's a Tracer still on the field. There's a Graviton in play, and it's trades either way, but that is far worse for the attacking side. This is 2 CP in full effect. Bryant and Stratton have mastered it.
That they have. They're coming back in this fight. Overtime has been ticked over. There's just one member of Union County still on point. They're not going to be able to hold on, and that's going to be Bryant and Stratton College of Virginia taking this best of 5 in 3.
I mean, like, the 2 CP gods sometimes just shine down upon you. The beams, the rays of light from heaven above say, you know what, you get to take 6 ultimates into point B while the other team has none. And you just have to deal with that. And then sometimes it says you have none while the opposing side has all of them. Of course, there is not just luck involved in this, hardly luck. to be completely honest. But it is tough when you're playing against a team as oppressive as Bryant and Stratton, who really understand how to take advantage of it and make your life miserable. It was beautifully played by them. The Ultimate Economy kind of nailed it down, but also their disrespect for the opposing side, for lack of a better word, really gave them a foot up in the fight, right? A number of times they were in on the flank, they were on off angles, they were taking advantage of the fact that UCC weren't checking those kind of things, and so they take away a win.
They do, and you know, I do have to commend UCC because over the course of the match, especially in the last half of Volskaya, we saw them starting to adapt. Right, they started to call out BSCVA for some of these for some of this bullying, right, for some of this egregious play, really, that was coming out from them, and they started to see some success. If we'd seen more of that earlier on, this could be an entirely different story, but that's not the tale of the tape today, Dor. It's going to be BSCVA coming away with the 3-0 win in almost, I think, as dominant fashion as we saw Nova take their game as well. But we're going to throw it to a short break as we get an interview ready. Right before we do that, any words you want to leave the audience with while we get that ready, Dor?
Look, man, Overwatch 2 beta is coming soon, but we're already playing Overwatch 3.0.
All right, well, with that, we're going to throw it to a short break. We're going to let you ponder those words from Dor. We will be right back.
Given into the intrusive thoughts and walked off in their own right. Seems like the same thing will happen to the Mercy as she goes careening into the water, and Bryant and Stratton take over a point A. Probably going to be knocked off. Can't really shot. About as full force as you could possibly have to do. So much more. Like, you know, a couple of hot feelings going in. This is what you like to see. Maybe one more. This is not much more than that. That's on is built up 6% up in the end of these stuff far, and not so much as a whisk. Count.
There's not an excellent play coming out here. I do have to agree with you. I just think it's a little bit of competition. Right? I think their rival race now too. Because I think we got off a little bit more negative too, but they may in fact get a pick for it. But over going down very low for Bryant and Stratton, we're gonna have to back off 6 health for their game and that they fall.
I love it because you can get a whole bomb, but this is by far a better position for Bryant and Stratton. Just basically end the fight whenever they want.
Yeah, I know. But first have out of the fight now, that's effectively over. Carousel going down is what means no DPS on line for Williams County, and Bryant and Stratton just takes it.
Immediately running a point turn in the area, this is into a punch now.
Yeah, you know, I think the better play right there is just having the best play, point back, and then start to carry it.
No, you don't have to. At least you don't try to bully that much. Bryant and Stratton is better. Graviton in play, and it trades either way, but that is far worse for the attacking side. This is 2CP in full effect. Bryant and Stratton have mastered it.
That they have. They're coming back in this fight. Overtime has been taken over.
Can you dig it?
Hey, welcome back, everybody. A wonderful, quick little 3-0 to finish off the night, at least of Overwatch. And now we've got a wonderful interview with us. Of course, OBL in game, now in the booth. We get to interview you. First off, okay, those were quick games. This interview might take more time than any of those maps individually did. How's it feel to end so succinctly?
Well, that game was really fun. I'll say that. I know the other team. I'll give them props. They were.
I don't think they can mirror that.
They might not share the same opinion as you on that. I'm just gonna take a wild guess there.
Yeah, I do give them props. They're one of the better teams we've played. So, yeah, I'll give them props for that. But it was very fun to actually play with people that get towards the objective. So it was it was somewhat fun.
Excellent. Well, I want to ask a little bit about looking into the future, right? You're clearly at the top of your group here. We just saw a very dominant looking Nova team as well. Do you think they could provide you with a challenge if you happen to see them during the later half of this season, or if you see them in the playoff bracket?
Well, with how today went, I don't really think so. I think we're the best team. I think we're the best team in the league, and I think for the rest of the season, I think we're not even going to drop a map to a single team.
Woo, wow. Big words. Hey, would you love to see it with performances like that? You guys look fantastic. I can't imagine you're running Bastion every team you're playing up against, unless correct me if you guys are. But I'm excited to see you guys in a more competitive mindset, because if this is what you're doing, I mean, it clearly spells a lot to your individual skill, to your ability as a team. What's the practice regimen like for you guys, though, in order to keep yourself at the top?
Well, we do a lot of team bonding. Like we've kind of shortened up on the scrims, but more with team bonding. So we all get along very well, and it's very easy for us in game to just come up with comps and have fun in game. Because I feel like that's the most important aspect, is to have fun. Because when you're having fun, it's not as troubling in game. And it gives you an advantage over other teams. So
it certainly does.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of fun, I want to talk a little bit now about some of the fun that you and your team are having in your server. I understand that you're starting some tournaments that may even have some prizes.
Yeah, we have a couple tournaments going on within the next month. I think that the next 2 tournaments includes Rocket League, and I believe there's one more. I can't remember. But then I know next month there's also going to be an Overwatch FFA tournament that might be coming. So always got to look out for those. And there are prizes to those.
Sweet. I mean, exciting stuff in the Discord. If you guys are going to BSCVA, be sure to check them out. Join the club. Get in contact with everybody there. Maybe just one day you'll see yourselves on one of these streams. But for today, it's just Obi left on the stream. And Obi, I need you to picture this because I don't have a physical one. I can't really hand it to you over the internet. But a beautiful, handcrafted wooden soapbox for you to stand on. A shout out your mom, your dad, your teachers, your teammates, your coaches. I don't care who it is. You've got a couple of seconds to let it out.
All right, definitely follow the school Twitter. It's BSC Esports VA. That's our Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter. I'm OBL_OW. I also stream. The school also streams. The broadcast for that is BSC Bobcats Esports. Make sure you just follow all of our socials. Join the Discord. And you could always talk to us. We're always down to play. We're cool guys. So let us know.
All right. Thank you so much for coming in. Congratulations on the win again, Obi.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, and that's our Overwatch for the night. But Jogo, give him a taste. I need your infomercial best sell of what we've got coming up next.
Oh my gosh. Well, first I need to find out what we have coming up next, and that is going to be League, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be League coming up next, which I can't believe. Fantastic game. I love to play it. Over 140 champions that you can choose from. So if you can't find a champion that works for you, clearly you're doing something wrong. So we're going to see some League coming up next between New York Tech and Daemen College, almost spelled demon. So I think that could be a very tough team to come up against. Some demonic plays going to be coming out from that side. But let's see if New York Tech can brain it out and figure out how to stop them from coming back and taking that series for their own. It's going to be Ravish and Huey coming on the mic for you. That's going to be up right after this door. Any final words before we close things out?
Nah, man, you guys enjoy the league. The Overwatch has been fun. 3-0s abound. Enjoy your time until Overwatch 2, but we'll be seeing you guys later.
Are you happy now? Are you happy now?
What is up, everybody? Welcome, Esports U. We are here for week 4 for some beautiful, beautiful league action, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. Coming up today will be the New York Cybears versus the Wildcats, number 2 seed with the number 9 seed. We are almost to playoffs here as well, so these games are really going to start mattering. With me on the board is the one and only Mr. Brom. How are you today?
Hey man, how you doing? I'll also be the one casting with you. How you doing? I'm Ravish. Very nice to be joining you today, homie.
Whoops!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you know, Ibram is pretty good at his job, and honestly, I think he should cast as well. But he'll be our lovely observer as always for tonight. But y'all stick with me. I like you said, man. I'm excited to get into the games today. Collegiate League of Legends is always a good time.
Yes, sir. Going over some stats real quick while we are waiting for pick and bans. Most kills, second place, is by ESU, who is on the Cybears as well, with 104. Least deaths is also second place, will be to Bottomless Prime, also on the Cybears. And the most assists would be Lilia there for the Cybears, taking third place. So a lot of big players here on this team already, and the top team for KDA. So this is very explosive gameplay already that we're starting to see coming from Cybears here. So I'm really excited to see what they bring to the table. Wildcat, this will be their first time playing, throughout the playoffs too as well. So I'm excited to see where this is going.
For sure, yeah. Considering this is the best of three right between these two teams, I find within the level of Collegiate League of Legends, it has to be a lot about just comfort, simply. And a lot of that does start at the draft, right? You know, what have you practiced so far throughout your scrims? What have you made sure that your players are, you know, able to try to execute? And I'm looking for just simple to execute compositions, right? Nothing super out of the ordinary. I don't want to see any key honors or talents. Those can get a little bit tricky, but we don't have to wait for much longer as we are almost into Stratton,
Yes.
right? About ready to go. So let's see what's on the table.
Let's see. We are on our way here.
Yeah, indeed. As you guys right now, we see the Hecarim is banned away right away for NYIT. So Hecarim has been popping up as been one of the strongest junglers so far in terms of the meta. The Rek'Sai ban on the other end, likely a target ban. We've actually seen Rek'Sai being answered to the Lee Sin in other regions as well. I believe more recently the LPL is picked out. So I don't buy this at all. Alongside the Veigar.
Good picks. Good picks.
All right, this isn't too bad because considering just the Veigar as well is interesting if you want to try to limit the champ pool of your opponent, which I believe a lot of this pick and ban is going to be.
I mean, he's really safe mid lane too. Everfrost plus the gate, that is a long stun combo there. Full control and can really just take out almost any character put into that situation. Galio being more looking like a target ban there over for their mid lane too. I'm honestly surprised that we're on round 3 bans and Jinx has not been taken or picked up or banned yet.
That is a fantastic point. Like you said, Ray Jinx has been one of the most prominent ADCs in the meta alongside the Aphelios, but we're gonna ban away, so this is it. These
has to be Jinx.
Bans. Yeah.
This has to be the Jinx ban here too. Looking over for the stats too. Top picked out of 20 games. Jinx has been picked up. So she has picked up round 1 here in excuse me, in the first round phase here. So Daemen are thinking about it. 3 seconds left, and they're gonna take out the Zeri instead. New York here with the first pick. I feel the Jinx coming automatically.
For sure, yeah. If you are on B1, yeah.
Yeah, I would be surprised if she gets over there. And then Jinx locked in. So now, see, here's my question. What's the answer? You just gave Jinx. You knew she was coming round 1 pick, right? So what is the answer to Jinx right now?
So most commonly it is the Aphelios, right? That is also taken in contention to make sure that you can try to match your own lane and in the team fight as well. But this is one of the most uncommon picks that we see. Samira falling out of the meta for quite some time, but this is likely just a comfort pick for Ver and Yoruichi as they pick up the Zillion as well, which I've seen actually he flexed a lot more than mid lane role and has been quite good in carrying from his solo queue games, but that's neither here nor there. The spot should be interesting. I'm looking at support and jungle pick coming out of NYT.
Round 2 coming in. Amumu going to be picked, I'm going to assume, for the jungle here. I do like the Samira pick into Jinx. Little mobile, lots of damage too. Once that ult starts going too, that flourish can really start picking up a lot of kills there. I'm hoping the Zillion's getting flexed into the mid lane because Samira Zillion isn't the greatest together. The synergy isn't really there. Malzahar going to be locked in for mid lane there for New York or NYIT. Let's see where Daemen goes here for their last round of picks. Let's see if now they see where the jungle, they see where the mid is going. Zillion being flexed, this is a pretty good opportunity to either counter either or.
Yeah, it was essentially just a blind Malzahar at this point from NYT, and they will take the Xin Zhao on the other end for Daemen. Xin Zhao just has been a dominant force in the jungle for so long. And now going off on the other end, right, with the Zillion 2, you have potential dive options as well with the Samira. Now we're looking at as the next bans come in, the Shen alongside the Kassadin, taking away as well for NYIT. Looking for some more top bans as well.
Yeah, as Trundle coming in there. I do like the pick, the last bans here from Daemen targeting for the top lane. Kassadin there, that's a weird pick, especially with the Zillion flex. How worried are you really of Kassadin into Malzahar? I understand Cassidy is the anti-mage there too, so he is somewhat of a counter, but I feel like that's a pretty comfortable matchup. There's a lot more other threats than Cassidy in there that could be taken off the board. As we are going to
Maybe
our
so,
last picks here.
but instead it's the Lisandro taking away. This is also something to be feared as well. It's interesting because the way that the way that Daemen have actually set themselves up, it is an interesting drive proposition, but the thing is they don't have a ton of damage or burst potential so far. Lisandra as well will take some time to actually go pop up to, and Xinjiao needs a buddy to go in with him, and that cannot be the Samira alongside some support, so they have no real front line. This is a Diana, so they're setting up for probably a Diana Yasuo potentially, but this is considered that Mauser are locked in, so this could be the Renekton for the top lane.
So that Amumu played me out. I really thought Amumu was locked in for jungle, safe, easy, no worries about Diana sneaking her way in past bans to get picked up 4th round by NYT. That is insane. That is insane. I didn't see that coming at all. Aatrox being locked in as well. This is scary. This is a very scary. I really like this coming in. I would have preferred a more or a stronger per se tank engage of instead of the Amumu, but the Amumu isn't the worst pick here. I really like the way that they did it as well. Really strong. Ornn being the last one being picked there for Daemen for top lane. How do you feel on the Ornn Aatrox matchup?
So, as a professional top laner, this matchup sucks for Ornn.
Yeah.
Like he gets dogged on, and it is not a fun time at all. Like it's already levels, of course, as the Aatrox, you are decently weak, but Aatrox is one of those champions that you can 1v9 on if you are ahead in lane. The only thing is that its early laning phase isn't so great. You do have to use a lot of your abilities to actually effectively clear and be able to match Ornn's wave clear once you get to about level 3. But once you get even just a little bit of damage in your system, you do take over the lane against Ornn. But that's not his job, right? Ornn's job is to ult, land, get a couple knockups, and go from there.
So I will have to agree with that. So looking at this draft and looking at this pick ban, or looking at this draft here, game 1, I'm really gonna have to give it to NYT. I really think that they really came out and outperformed already. The game hasn't even started, and just the way they worked the bans to influence their teams and make it work. Beautiful. Really, really beautiful. I like the synergy that is combined here. It's looking very strong. Over for the side of Daemen, though, not too much. It looked like they had something going there. They were looking for that dive comp with the Samira, with the Xin, also with the Ornn. You get the Horn later, late game, but I'm not too comfortable with the Zillion and the Lissandra. Lissandra's Frozen Tomb later in game, whether being another hourglass or in trapping someone, I like that. I'm just not the biggest fan of Zillion there.
Zillion is interesting potential, right? Because considering you have managed to actually pick yourself up a pretty aggro support down the bot side, where you're going up against this Jinx and Mumu. Now, the dive potential is quite heavy from a Mumu, and if you are a Zillion, it does work out pretty well in your favor. The main thing is that Samira needs hard CC to proc her passive. Now, Zillion can offer that. Going past level 3, that is pertaining if you land your double bombs. Which, if you're not super proficient on Zillion, can be pretty hard to do. Now, it's but considering how far back Amumu is going to have to play, he's realistically only really relying on his bandages, and going for so far in with the Jinx early levels is not going to bode well for you, because Samira, although squishy, can be very, very strong once you get to about level 6. Jinx simply does not have the damage where she gets about an item and a half. Samira can burst you down, especially with that ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, if the double bomb is able to be landed, it should be able to start up. And I would have to agree with you there. The damages there on the Mumu will be a little difficult to land. Only having the bandage toss, the tantrum, and despair, especially those early games. Zillion should, as long as Zillion plays the game properly, he should be able to land, grab. I wouldn't say maybe get the full combo, but at least get some damages on there, get some burst combo going, and get the game started early for some. So we'll see for sure.
Exactly. Yeah. It should be a little bit tough, right? Because I think early levels we won't see a ton of contention. It'll heavily depend on how Zin's pathing goes. But Diana early levels as well is her clear isn't great. She's very susceptible to ganks as well. So if you don't have any sort of prio lanes, I would expect to see some early fighting in the jungle around level 2, level 3, so Zinja can punish her. If you can't set a Diana behind, then you're definitely doing your job. To be fair, Diana does have the Aatrox on that end, so I'll be thinking if she will like stick to the top side just to make sure she can take advantage of that matchup.
As we are loading into game 1, do not touch that dial. Don't go anywhere. Game 1 is on the way right now. Make sure to see if there's any predictions, if you guys match up with us on the table, and we will be right back as we load into the Rift. Don't go anywhere.
Cracky.
Let's go. I love it. It's such a good start. Alrighty, beautiful people. We are here. Game 1 with our best people right there. The duck and the frog. You love to see it, bro. It's the only two things that actually really matter in this game here, honestly. They're so cute.
I
Oh.
agree. Yeah, it's just want to give a massive shout out to man. Now I miss Zookeeper Sam.
Right?
You know, it's Sam Price, if you're out there, we miss you. Also, shout out to by the way, big shout out to our observer yet again, Ebrom, for absolutely destroying his destroying his absolutely killing at his job. There you go. That's what I wanted to say.
Destroying it.
Absolutely.
Gonna get
Murdering
a
it.
normal line of scrimmage here. Nothing too out of the ordinary. No aggressive push forward either from anybody, and you could see it is near matching on every side.
Yeah, pretty certain starts from both sides, like you said. It was interesting that Diana actually went ahead and showed up mid to just to, I guess, kind of fake as to where she might potentially be with Malzahar going up top. So it'll be opposite starts for both of these players, and Diana will be getting a starting leash. So side will be aware of this. So it makes perfect sense because you want to try to max the Aatrox top side. And considering that they're now more than likely aware of this, Magrat should be looking to play a little bit safer going forward in the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, definitely for sure. What I'm most interested in, I want to see how this bot lane plays out. Can Jinx and Amumu really get through the Zillion Samira? Bomb's going to be dropped there. Oh, that gives them plenty opportunity. Can we see what Amumu start with? I'm almost sure that he did start Q.
Yeah, I believe that is the standard start, and there you go.
Yep,
Yeah.
there it is.
Yeah, to get the Bandit Touch, get the Bandit Touch in the old days of yore, when Amumu support was an actual thing, is the standard start, exactly like you mentioned. I'm not the biggest fan of this personally, but I also just haven't seen it in quite some time. I'm excited to understand how it potentially plays out though, going forward into the game. But for now, should be pretty slow start for both these sides as both jungles look to full clear.
Yeah, it's gonna be not too crazy early in this game. Both teams really are looking, or racing honestly I should say, for that 6 there. Once that mid-game transition comes in, after that first dragon or so, that's when you're gonna start seeing these teams really start to explode, especially when you get into the high level games. A lot more or a lot less is committed for. You would see it like in Gold and Below, a lot more full all-in commit fights happen a lot more across the map. Unfortunately, as a caster, I should say, unfortunately, it's more methodical here. Guys play more like machines and bots, and it's more to a T. So, I mean, it's honestly the way League should be played.
I never don't disagree with you, right? It's just making sure that you're focusing on the macro can be a fun time, but I'm always down for some explosive League of Legends. Yeah, who am I to judge how people play? I'm just gold, so I try to come up and do my thing, and I'm just trying to see people have a good time and playing some great League of Legends as we know they'll be able to do. For all, like we said, it'll be just full clears across the board as Daemen managed to get her first clear off for essentially for Frey. No real early contention from her either. This is the ward of their place already by the river. So they get the early backs off bot side. Yeah, and DC Mask as well. Who's back? And we'll get his back up as well. Nothing.
That's a good ward there. Just so to cover over for the early Drake coming in momentarily. We're only a couple seconds away from it now. I do like that coverage there. It should be there for the first spawn. And just to scout for that Xin gank there as well. But honestly, Xin is on the top side. I think he's going to be getting his Groms and then maybe be looking something either towards top or mid here.
Yeah, we'll see so far, but Wave's pushing in, right? So it'll be pretty tough if he wants to try to go for potential dive, considering how far back he is. I imagine Zin will just likely decide to be able to, just to get more of his cleared off. That was actually a really fun interaction and really solidly played by Clorox too, by him just popping his W at the exact correct moment where he was going to be knocked up. That's not good. That's not good at all. This camp will not respawn unless, oh man.
I don't think he's gonna notice it either. That's a little unfortunate. It's not the worst that could happen. It's not the worst, but it is definitely unfortunate. And no, I'm gonna have to agree with you. Clorox really did play that pretty well. Level 6 on both sides here on mid. Not gonna find much commit there. Not Savior is gonna hop over. Morgraph tries to get the chains locked in, but unfortunately does not get it. Savior finds the ward right in that top river bush, and it's just gonna have to clear and kind of reset there. There's no real reason there to kind of hang out there.
Yeah, like you mentioned, not much as that Savior looks to move in through the mid lane as well, considering there's no minions there. So pops in and out of vision, easy peasy.
Maybe an early dragon rotate here on NYIT. I do like this here. Zin is in his blue side here, but he does not know they are here. It's gonna be a full rotate bot. Almost. They're gonna go and check and instead. I do like that ward scout from Yorochi. Very safe instead of going to use himself as a ward there to see what's going on. And I like the rotation. I like that it wasn't a full commit. It wasn't an instant rush to Dragon, but it was a full scout from the entire team. I really liked the rotation there from NYIT. It was very, very smooth.
Yep. Worked out fine. And but they did get spot on vision, right? So won't necessarily get them anything else though, but
Hectic doesn't see Zin. Approach coming in on Solo Vein there. Ult's gonna land there. Mount still has his ult. Electrocute is going to proc here. Lissandra putting on the damages here. Heck is gonna flash back over. Dragon startup was going, but Diana's gonna go in and start dashing. Put it on the mean damages. First blood will go to NYIT. I think she'll be able to pick up the 2-for-1. A Momo on the rotation there, just in case. On the board, up 2 right now.
Really well done. And I was gonna say it was a pretty not exactly ideal setup either from the side of Daemen, considering the wave was in a real awkward spot. Solo Vein main as well was very far off, and considering they actually weren't able to pop the spell shield from Malzahar until later on, he had more than enough time to actually be able to delay until his own jungler got there. And your Diana being able to get across the entire Moonfall on all the damage with the Zin and up against everybody else that was there with the MR, right, with no MR present, is quite nice. So with all that damage stacked on top of the other, NYT with a solid first start, but DC Mask not getting one back isn't too bad.
Yeah, it's not the worst case scenario. The 2-0 would have been the most optimal play there. I feel like it was a little forced coming from the side of Daemen there. But I mean, again, it is what it is. It kind of does get into those feelings sometimes where it's like you kind of almost want to start getting the ball rolling.
Yep.
Especially as the game goes on a little later. Where would you say the scaling lands? I would say, honestly, NYT has it. How do you feel about that, the later the game goes?
I definitely don't disagree with you, right? Because Aatrox had definitely become a monster, and the biggest thing has to be the Jinx potential. Being the hypercarry that she is, as long as you're able to peer for her on NYIT, you will do just fine. So for now, the trading continues between the two. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, just the interaction between the Ornn and the Aatrox become pretty contentious.
Looks like Ocean Drake will be the first one spawned. Now vision there for the side of Day. I think they can assume though that they are there. So there is a slight rotation there for the pit. No commit there. Honestly, there was no vision. They weren't fully grouped either. So I think that was the best call there. Virix able to get a pretty decent farm advantage here. Almost 20 CS lead here. DC Mask in the back.
That's pretty standard, right? Considering after going so far, Dinosaurs are pretty fast clear, and I thought DC Mass due to the unfortunate happenings of his camps might not be there yet.
Doesn't able to miss Anjurisu. Will lock down on Primus there. The Chompers will stun him there. Prime will get a 1 bomb landed. Almost 50% right there. And I think that's all they're going to be able to get from that roam. That was a really nice setup, but barely got anything. Not even any sums.
Yeah, it was pretty close with what they had it set up, right? But like you were saying, it's just about being able to get some CC down before you try to full commit to this potential gank. And so far, DAE are just not doing that.
Unfortunately, not as we see. Not Xavier going for the roam. I think a dive is coming in, and I think I really like this dive. Chain's gonna go in. Tackle is gonna force him to try to get himself out of there. Horn is gonna come down, but there is no one to answer that call, and not Xavier will be going on to a killing spree there. DC Mask gonna rotate here. Gonna take a poke there, but I didn't like that call there right now. A rotate is there for Xavier. I think they're just gonna head to the jungle. I really like how not Xavier is playing as of right now, but what is needed for him to continue on this rampage?
It's as of right now, it's just about being able to set up for scale, right? I think more often than not, if you are him, you're gonna team fight usually and set up pretty strong 3v3s, which at this point of the game and YIT are not able to realistically be able to match. And with you guys, with the better stuff that they currently have, they could do so. But that's just me just trying to estimating as to what they could potentially do. Because as of right now, it continues to be decently even across the board for both these teams. And YIT only with the smallest lead, with Malzahar actually roaming down bot side too, but and again, it's all these really awkward wave states that they're roaming down.
Yeah, a little, I would have to agree. They are a little awkward, but I do like the attempt at least. At least it is there. They're trying to get somewhat of a tempo picked up there. So I would have to agree they are awkward, but at least the effort. It's the thought that counts, right?
Sure, yeah. I think thoughts can get you decently far. Right, with the League of Legends, right? It's not. I mean, if they could get me far enough, I would have been plat at this point.
Huh.
But the NFL, I'll just continue being do my thing as much as I can.
Like
going forward though.
Like pause here as we are already starting to transition into the mid game, checking over onto the items. Almost everyone has their mythic getting up and ready. Immortal Shield Bow for the Samira. Jinx unfortunately doesn't have hers yet. I wonder if that can be a window there for Day to kind of get themselves in. Samira looking really good right now, honestly. Just needs a couple kills under her belt, and I would say she can be almost threatening, if not even more dangerous than a Fed Jinx, depending on how the Samira plays.
I mean, you know, it could definitely be, like you said, pretty up in the air, depending on how the setup is, right? But, you know, by the end of it, there's a reason why Jinx is king. It's just because of her ability to be a hyper skill in the late game once you get past an item and a half, right? Lethal Tempo is fantastic, and her range can decimate most of the players on DAE, considering how short range they are, and if Samir doesn't find the opportunity to actually pop in the middle of the fight.
Flash ult coming in with the 3-man mid. Oh my gosh, you blink and you miss it. That was explosive. What synergy there?
Yeah, really well set up. There's a mid play from NYT. They're looking for place block side a lot too, but they decided that perhaps it was just better to move down mid. And Heedy managed to get one off the end of it with the flash and the ignite as well. Popped out too. I think that's a little bit of overkill. You don't necessarily need all that, but just the flash ult was quite nice. On Savior, finding DC Mask in the bush.
Finding it, going for the dash there, retreating back, not knowing where all teammates were there. I do like this call. Inferno Drake will be the second one spawned. So we have Wind, Earth, and Hextech Soul being up for grabs this game. Which one would be which one would be the best one for said team? Like, so what soul would NYIT want, and which soul does they want to spawn up?
I mean, I think it doesn't necessarily matter. It does a difference to the team as to which dragon they might want. The Hack 6 Soul is just a clear option for almost every single one of these teams. If you want to do damage, you want that soul. Considering it most definitely is one of the best. But
Red Sec Rocket Bell going on in. The damages are too real. The bot lane already gone there. Oh, the Rocket barely whiffing there. We can even say that that was the predict for the Flash. Just slight over predict there. Double kill again. Locking down for the Not Savior. 6-0-0. All the kills are on this Diana's back right now.
And we were saying this before too, you have to be able to punish Diana early on. If you are not able to do so, then she will become an absolute menace when you go for these team fights. But currently, they're trying to siege under this tower. Rift Herald is up. That's taken away by DC Mask.
I do like this call here. Get the Jinx, relieve her some pressure so she can continue farming and allow a Mumu to get out of the lane. So with that bot lane, with that tier 3 bot lane still available for Anj, they can still safely farm and retreat back, just in case Samira or Yorochi wants to get a little aggressive there. And kind of that slows down the Samira, so she can't really extend her lead, because she can't really leave bot lane by themselves. DC Mask, with that rotation, kind of seeing what was going on and having that general game knowledge and awareness, rotating for that Herald, I think that's a really good call. Grabbing a little bit of objective bounty for his team there too, and may possibly be able to get a tower on it as well. I think that's a really good start to try to stop that window of opportunity closing on their team.
It definitely would be quite nice to be able to establish some power points across the other end of the map. Now, with the way they are right now, they managed to move the bot lane all the way up, and considering they've actually sent the Malzahar down in the bot lane, at least with him continue to get some solo gold, would be nice, and to keep that bot lane push in the next 3 minutes as well. So you have to be reminded that they are up for solo point. If NYIT do force DAE into that, suddenly things get a lot harder for themselves because it's Earth Soul. Although it would be quite nice on DH to get some extra tank stats on the Ornn, and siege power does definitely fall onto NYIT. But for now, they continue to pressure this mid lane, with Samira actually being there by herself. At 3 people, you see Mask on the other side.
Oh, you see Mask on the back there. The tier 3 mid is just gonna have to be given up there. 133 going between everyone there. I do want to kind of touch. It is landing on the Clorox there, Big Boss Man himself, to be the front line. Is that enough front line for this team though?
Honestly, why not? You risk only being one tank, right? You got to make sure that you're there for the setup and be able to at least get priority targets. That's your job as a tank, or front line per se. And then afterwards, it's on DC Mask alongside Yoruichi to set up for the Samira. And if she's allowed to reign free and roam supreme, and the team fight goes absolutely beautifully. But yet again, just all remains on how they manage to lure NYIT into small chokes and fight their 5v5.
Yeah, that is the concerning or the glaring issue as of right now for Day. They're not really finding their opportune times, or not being able to really set up those tight hallways with his ult. Mid or bot lane not really finding the synergy there either between the bombs and the CC knockup from Virix there. Also having exhaust too. There was not really any opportune times for those skirmishes really to happen. I feel there's like a lot of pressure being pushed down over on today, and I do agree the pressure was well. It also, you can still see the CS deficit there over for the side of Andreizu. So it definitely was working, but they didn't find much more than that. And I really think that this is why the day is starting to lack here.
Could be a possibility, definitely. Because as of right now, they're just losing out everywhere in terms of macro sense. Haven't been able to get a single tower, and would then not be able to master siege a DAE with the rotations across the other end of the map. Right, does remain to them try to fight, as almost everybody is just ARAMing mid. I could waiting for the next child or for the next dragon, which is
for them either. You really don't want to try to. You don't want to play in NYIT's hands here. Not see if you're gonna steal that with smite. No, missed the smite there. Solo Vayne will be the one to actually secure that blue there. Dragon is spawning, and it will be Earth Soul here. I did want to touch on it. I honestly felt like this would be the best dragon for Day here. Getting the resistances and that shield there would be so beneficial for them, I feel. Starting up there, the flash engage with the Hex Tech Rocket will put him down. Malzar is going to lock down Lissandra before they can even start going. DC Mask going to try to help out. The teammate is going to get picked up there as well. Samira will be able to pick up a Mumu, but will be following shortly after him as well. That is going to be the 4-for-1 plus the Herald, the quick rotate over to Baron. Magora seen that as his opportunity to start going in and getting super aggressive on this Clorox. And like we were just saying, they needed something to happen, and that was not it there at all.
Yeah, really unfortunate setup fight. They knew they had to fight. They knew they had to fight on the dragon, right? And off the back of it too, NYT, they were just able to quite a lot better considering the Jinx managed to stay alive on the backside the almost entire time, and with the Malzahar being able to isolate the priority targets, there's no real opportunity for Day to do much at all. So you're stuck here on the back end with Baron giving over, and NYT having Soul Point up on the table. They can now just look to push out all these lanes. I'm hoping they set up almost a 1-3-1 just to pressure Day on all sides, as they cannot match the wave clear.
It's actually really unfortunate too. With that Herald summoning, DC Mask was on the last couple seconds there for it before being despawned. So I think he felt kind of pressured there. But I'm going to be honest, I thought that was a really good start there. I felt like the siege mid was a good call. Hextech Rocket Belt going on in. Vix trying to play dance there to try to block some of his projectiles, but she is caught out by herself. Ult is going to go in, and not Savior's just going to soak it all up. Legendary right now, trying to go for the 2v1. DC Mask finally being able to find something. Skirmish while going on. While Not Savior was finding the ADC, they will be able to find another one. But 12-3 right now, nearly 10k gold deficit. I'm not sure if that was exactly what Daemen needs to kind of stop this bleeding.
No, not at all. Unfortunately, with them almost at Senki, like you said, it is nearing what I like to call the point of no return.
Yeah.
But with the way they're set up as of right now, this is exactly what I wanted to see with that 1-3-1, but they have to be careful. If they lose the Jinx, then suddenly things turn a lot worse to themselves. But the thing is that Daemen actually can't fight against this. Jinx is quite strong, and if Mulu can land the stuns, they will most definitely die. So I don't think they want to be this far up. But NYT not realizing their power, choosing to back off, make it a safe play, I respect it.
I do respect it here, and again, I just want to touch up, this is how League is played. The higher levels you get, the less opportunities you get to get back into a game once it is lost. They will, high level will find opportunities to exploit weaknesses found in the roster. They will break it down, they will use it, and they will lock in that lead. And as you can see, once early game was almost nearly secure for NYIT, Dan was locked in. It wasn't a swing set match. It was totally locked in. Mumu's Q is going to land over onto Yororichi there, trying to force out the ult there, but the Mega Rocket is going to add up the Moonlight there, and that's going to be nearly a triple kill there. Scratch that, Anjarisu will find the third kill there on their own killing spree right now, and I think that may be the last team fight of this game.
It should be, but the problem is that they don't have a overall wave coming in either too, so that can be quite tough. But as we wait for that to come in, like you're saying, 3 people down, they should be able to get 1 inhib off of this, and we'll have to see them rotate actually bot side as well too, just to make sure that you can make a difference. But the biggest thing is we continue to see that the top ones actually haven't been able to be involved in half of the game so far, but at the first inhib down.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's nothing Clorox could do. Clorox leaves this lane. Magorov is just going to completely run through this. There's nothing stopping him here. Look at what he has picked up already. I'm honestly surprised. I was going to assume, ooh, DC Mask. Oh, forcing a flash out of Prime there, but that's all that they're going to be able to pick up there. All the while, blue side for him is going to be taken away. Was he caught on a ward there? Not Savior is going to get picked here. DC Mask putting on the damages here. Not Savior's going to jump over to Yororichi. The Moonlight is going to hit. Hourglass coming out. Rocket as well is going to proc Zillion's ult, but unfortunately not find a kill as they rotate to this soul point. I don't think that was the perfect time for Not Xavier to die here. This may be the opportunity Day was looking for. TP coming in as well. Mega Gorev, World Ender right now coming in and putting on the damages. Will not be able to secure the soul, but may be able to secure this team fight as they get ripped by 1, 2. Ult coming in from Beards will start cleaning up, but Jinx is getting excited and she's gonna put on her own damages, and that's gonna be the full team ace.
So it was a unfortunate pick off on the side of Not Savior. I consider he got greedy, and when you're getting greedy for camps right before a dragon, you will most likely die, considering where they were positioned. But by the end of it, because they were just so far ahead, Magorath was able to TP down. So it was easy pickings from there. You said before, Anjurisu on the Jinx, the hyper scaling carry, far too ahead, and she puts out way too much damage. So NYT, the game number 1.
Yep, and that was a dominant game 1. I would have to say for the most part there. That was a very strong performance. But, I mean, this is the number 2 seed against the number 9 seed, so you can see where everyone is placed right now. What's needed, though, for going into this game 2 for a day, so this doesn't happen to them yet again? Because, honestly, I wouldn't say it was anything glaring was the issue.
I would definitely, agree to a certain extent, right? I would say there were definitely a fair amount of changes that can be made, especially when we're talking about early jungle timers, right? How you're looking to set up most of your ganks too, and being able to punish your opponents on certain timers. And that, of course, lands on your teams and wave setups. But by the end of it, I think, there's not a ton that can be done so far, but I'm hoping they're able to look back a little bit and maybe set up a little bit more macro on that end for the next game.
All right, and as we are loading into game number 2, do not go anywhere. Don't touch that dial. We will be right back as soon as draft is ready to load up, and we will be getting the second game on board. Keep it locked, guys. Approach coming in on Solo Vein there. Ult's gonna land there. Mouse still has his ult. Electrocute is going to proc here. Lissandra putting on the damages here. Heck is gonna flash back over. Dragon startup was going, but Diana's gonna go in and start dashing. Put it on the mean damages. First blood will go to NYIT. I think she'll be able to pick up the going for the roam. I think a dive is coming in, and I think I really like this dive. Chain's gonna go in. Tackle is gonna force him to try to get himself out of there. Horn is gonna come down, but there is no one to answer that.
Option for almost every single one of these teams. You want to do damage, you want that soul. Considering it most definitely is one of the best, but we got
Rocket Bell going on in. The damages are too real. The bot lane already gone there. Oh, the Rocket barely whizzing. And that shield there would be so beneficial for them, I feel. Starting up there, the flash engage with the Hex Tech Rocket will put him down. Malzar is going to lock down Lissandra before they can even start going. DC Mask going to try to help out. The teammate is going to get picked up there as well. Samira will be a good start there. I felt like the siege mid was a good call. Wait, oh, Hextech Rocket Bell going on in. Vic's trying to play dance there to try to block some of his projectiles, but she is caught out by herself. Ult is going to go in, and Not Savior's just going to soak it all up. Legendary right now, trying to go for the 2v1. DC Mask finally being able to find something. Skirmish while going on, while not swing set match. It was totally locked in. Momo's Q is going to land over onto Yororichi there, trying to force out the ult there, but the Mega Rocket is going to put in, add up the Moonlight there, and that's going to be nearly a triple kill there. Scratch that to this soul point. I don't think that was the perfect time for Not Xavier to die here. This may be the opportunity Day was looking for. TP coming in as well. Mega Gorev World Ender right now coming in and putting on the damages. Will not be able to secure the soul, but may be able to secure this team fight as they get ripped by 1, 2. Ult coming in from Beards will start cleaning up, but Jinx is getting excited and she's gonna put on her own damages, and that's gonna be the full team ace.
So far ahead, Magorath was able to TP down. That was easy pickings from there. You said before, NJCAAE on the Jinx, the hyper scaling carry. Far too ahead, and puts out way too much damage.
And we are back, Esports U. Game 2 on the way. Gonna get this draft LoL situated and started momentarily. I hope everybody enjoyed the break. Game 2 is on the way if you are just joining us. And if you are just joining us, I am the host with the most, Hugh Yoshikage, with my main man, Mr. Ravishing Ravish.
Hey, how you
Unfortunately, not
doing?
Ibram.
You know what?
Easy,
Every single day, I absolutely, curse myself that I'm for some reason not Ibram. I don't know how to do it. He's just so tall and handsome and Egyptian, and I'm none of those things.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But you know what I am though is I'm excited for this game number 2 between NYT and Daemen.
I'm gonna say that was a little hard. If you're a Daemen fan, it was a little difficult there.
Yeah, wasn't exactly the ideal situation, right? Considering how the game went in game number 1, they were, in my opinion, they were outdrafted. Simply, the tools that they had just did not work well with one another. So I was hoping to be able to go back to a little bit to what I was saying before, just like simple to execute compositions and things that work well with one another.
Yeah, I would have to definitely agree with you there. That draft was a little sus there. I like the Samira pick into Jinx. I didn't like the Zillion pick there. The Flexa Mumu pick, I think, shook Daemen as much as it did me. I did not see that Diana pick. I didn't even think of Diana. Diana being almost as pick ban as Jinx, if not maybe more, depending on the teams. And she got her way right in. We both didn't even mention anything about Diana, and Diana got in round 2.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, right? A little bit of fake out, right? But I mean, considering how things went, more often than not, these teams are just drafted for comfort. So it's realistically whatever you're comfortable on, whatever you're good on, we will try and make work. And so far, these teams have been trying to do exactly that. But for now, we'll wait to see what happens, as I believe we're about to get a draft decently soon. So we should have your answers for you in just a little bit. I would more than likely expect the Diana band to come out as well. And maybe the Jinx band, especially considering they're on blue side, the fact that it wasn't there was kind of wild. So there we go. Look at that.
Yeah, no, I was honestly surprised too. Excuse me. Not being picked up here. And now let's see where we are first. I think she will be picked up here first.
Yep. Diana was the first pick. Like you were saying, with the bands that have already gone through, it was pretty much the same bands that we had previously. And Daemen picking that up, decided they didn't want to give that over. Smash Bros. Ninja on the other side. And this Senna pick would be interesting, considering it is most likely a support pick going down to the bot lane too. So to match going, it would be, honestly, I'm not a big fan of Senna right now. I don't think she does a ton, and you have a lot of better options for what is to be there in terms of support picks, as we see the Karma and the Zillion locked in.
I'm gonna have to disagree. I enjoy Samira as of right now. You can use not Ice Fang, but the Ice Mastery really add more CC there.
Glacial Augment.
Glacial Augment. The slow is very serious there. The heals, the pokes, I enjoy it thoroughly. I feel like she's in a comfortable position. She's not in a dangerous position, such as Zeri, Jinx, or even for the support side, such as Lulu, and so. But I really feel that she is in a very comfortable position. One that you don't have to worry that's going to get banned or taken away from you, and can still do the job as well, if not maybe even better in some situations.
You know what? To each their own. So by all means, as you see the bans roll over, we do see the Malzahar as well going a bad way by DAE. Smart pick. And considering, and what Daemen actually didn't pick up the Jinx either on blue side, which is criminal in my opinion.
Yeah, no.
That we banned away alongside the Graves, and the Shen also now gone. So now what I'm looking at aside a Daemen is to be able to pick a strong side ADC. The failure is still available. Of course, Zeri's banned away, but you have to be able to try to match with the potential Senna in the bot lane. So I think it was range, Like even if something like the Varus or the Ezreal, you can lean towards, but all options right now.
I would like the Varus Ezreal. Here's the thing. I'm gonna say I said it last game. I think we both said it last game, Ravish. I don't like the Zillion pick. So I don't know why the rush for round 1 into Zillion. I don't get it. I don't understand it. It didn't perform very well. Last game I didn't see a lot of revival saves. I didn't see a lot of bomb setups there, so I don't really see the call for it. I do like the Diana pick up there. Virix here with the Vayne pick, the short range on the extending range from Senna, I don't like. Especially now you blind almost into this pick here, and I don't really like it. Yorochi here, filling out the Gnar, I enjoy. The Karma, I'm not liking this draft again.
Yeah, they have, not the best of options as of right now. Diana needs setup. Diana needs hard CC, and Diana needs you to be able to lock down party targets, that which she can get a Moonfall down. As of right now, only Gnar does that. Karma has slows, right? And Vayne can potentially try to, push somebody into a wall, but past all of that too, with the Vayne and Zillion, for what it looks like, you've been weak side for quite a long time against what I see is set a Cho'Gath, actually.
Yeah.
So they are heavily outranged, unfortunately, yet again. And are we dodging a ton of CC? Karma can put down some solid amounts of poke, but on the other hand, like you were saying, so can Senna, especially with all these slows. Zinja can just free farm. Like you won't see a ton of the Magrath once more on this Aatrox pick, but he's up against the Gnar, and Gnar does decently into the Aatrox considering it's the range via melee matchup, but it's yet again about finding Aatrox's spacing, and for Gnar to farm, his attack range is right where the sweet spot is for Aatrox's Q.
I actually didn't know that. I thought Gnar would be really just kind of fully safe, be able to just trade pokes almost practically for free, but being in that sweet spot really can change the game there, honestly, for sure.
It's only the first Q, that's the thing. So it's like, yes, but second, third Q, of course, yeah.
We saw how Mog played last game, though, and he played top lane very thoroughly. He was a silent threat. He was doing his job so well that you didn't even really notice him per se. But he had someone at the top lane having to match him there. All that pressure he was applying and didn't get caught out for the most part. So I'm really excited to see this. I want to say NYIT's team is bulky. They are some big boys. You have Senna on the back there. I'm assuming taking the ADC position.
It should be support Senna with for farming Cho'Gath. It's what makes this.
Okay. Okay.
Just be able to make sure that Senna can rely on his souls, which have been nerfed, by the way, so we'll get way little of those.
Okay. I mean, honestly, though, I like it, though. The bulkiness is really there. The CC is there. The scaling is there. I think NYIT again wins draft for the game 2.
You know what? I think basically at this point, all we can do now is just sit back, watch, and wait to see what might potentially happen, right? As all these teams with the drafts locked in, it's just it's up to them. See what happens next.
All right. And as we load into the Rift, guys, don't go anywhere. Make sure you keep this channel locked. Game 2 is on the way. Throw it in the chat who you want to believe, who you want to win. If you're big stands of Daemen, if you're big stands in NYIT, throw it out there, bro. They need all your love. And game 2 will be starting as soon as we get back from this break. Don't go anywhere. And we are back, beautiful people. Game 2 is on the way. NY on T on the red side, Day on blue. little trade up here in between a couple of the excuse me, of the champions here, but for the most part, nothing too out of the ordinary from both sides. Looking at sums, at sums and masteries, again, nothing too out of the ordinary. Fleet for the Clorox, Conqueror is down for the DC, Virix also there as well with theirs. Nothing too much. Oh, I do like Lilia with Glacial Augment though.
Yeah, like you said, it's quite nice considering you are the Cho'Gath technically acting as a support. So you're mentioning how Glacial Augment would be ideal, and all those extra slows will make sure that, Vayne Karma can't exactly reign supreme. The Vayne has been popping off in solo queue rates ever since the lethal double change. So I understand why you'd want to pick this. The Vayne's not too bad, but there's also the option of the hyperscaling late game carry, but also yet again short range, and Vayne gets outranged by so many of these picks, which is really unfortunate.
That's the scary part, especially as the ADC. It's already a little stressful playing ADC. Now you gotta make sure that everyone's attack range is where they are. With your mobility option not as strong as it used to be, especially with all these new characters, I would have to say.
Yeah, ADC is a really contentious position, but I'm pretty bored of it with the region that I see a lot. It's Aphelios, it's Jinx, it's Zeri, and that's it.
That's it. So it is a little nice to get a slight breath of fresh air here. Get a little variety in the mix here. I do have to touch. I was surprised. I assumed as well. I think as you did too. I thought it was gonna be Karma mid. Your Rochi instead taking Karma as support. Zolo Vayne main taking the Zillion mid instead.
Yeah, there was the option for the flex as well, right? But I think Karma supports, it makes a lot more sense. Now, you don't see Karma mid just a ton anymore, but we did see how Zillion support last time didn't go too well for themselves. Problem is, though, the Zillion's early game, no bueno.
Yeah. Knockup is gonna miss there, unfortunately. Not Savior. Wars in the curtains for this gang. Goes back, tries to throw a feint, but unfortunately is going to whiff. Or we could say overread the situation. Maybe considered the dodge was coming. But no reaction there from Virx, so we'll stop it. Clown taking a lot of damage there in that trade. 10% right now. I don't think Mogref can do any more there though.
Yeah, because him having to back off right at that moment, considering Clorox from her tower.
Yodorochi getting rooted there. Knockup coming in. There goes a Glacial Augment. Not going to be able to snatch a soul there. Vix will knock back there. And it will just be a light trade for not much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just like you said. Essentially just be able to health back and forth. Possibly just forcing on a stun would be quite nice. Thing is, as of right now, actually, you also can't do a ton about the Zillion mid, considering it is ranging melee, right? But once you and Silas get to about half an item and you're able to get your stuff up, a gank.
Coming on in, bomb will be there. There's no rewind reset. Oh, over-predicted where he was going to go there. Missing the chain CC. Mask nearly dying on the exchange as it not Xavier re-rotates and re-ganks or counter-ganks there for the side of NYT.
Yeah, you also saw that the Silas was actually out of mana there too, so they couldn't but possibly follow up. It would have been a nice option and probably would have gotten one out of it, but unfortunate timings, a good roam in by not Savior is the save as mid laner.
No, that was really good saving there. TP is going to be used there for Hecty. looking over on CS there. Not much lost there. Not much gained either. Chain whips will explode and do some damage there. Solo Vayne mid will have to retreat back from that wave and reset themselves. Looking over towards the items, not too much per se. Clorox gonna be all right there. I got a little worried for my tiny friend there.
He's fine, right? Like you said.
Yeah, I was scared, dude. I was scared. I don't know. There was no ward there. Mog was kind of moving up, and that was a little scary there for sure. Oh, TP for Zolovane main there too. Not gonna miss much out. Is gonna try to force this wave back. Kingslayer is gonna have to be used to kind of negate some of this minion damage. I do like the wave management there to try to force it not to crash. Is he gonna lose much either? Not Xavier on the curtains here. I don't think Vayne saw that. There goes a flash apps gun there. Is gonna miss their chain burst. Is going to hit. He's going to drop one bomb there. After the pop, you should see the re-engage there. Oh, the speed up is going to keep himself going. I'm not sure which way he's going to go. Flash is unavailable for him. Will his bot lane be able to get there? Apps gun is going to land there. Follow up with the not Savior, but the level 6 pull will keep him alive. The engage and the fight is starting right now. Looking for the re-engage there. Bombs are going on. The damage is real. Hectic there with the drop. First blood is going to land on the Vayne though. The double kill will be for the Silas. Anji will rotate around and pick up one for his team to make that a 3-for-1 for the side of NYIT.
A strong start by NYIT, though the skirmishing power you see fully gets unlocked at level 6 and all they're able to do. And he would not Savior being, all the way up there. It works out super well. And off on the back end of it, them taking an early lead does bode quite well. This is how we start them. This is how we saw them be able to take over the game last time as well.
Yeah, no, I thought it was looking pretty good over for Day. I like the rotation there. It wasn't a read, but I would say maybe game awareness. Just kind of knew that the gank was coming, so I do like the call back that way. Unfortunately, Solo Vayne did not have their flash available, so they couldn't really get over to the pit, and that rotation there was looking good, but the sustain coming from NYIT made that skirmish it just work for their side just from the extension.
And NYIT have a couple of options under their belt, as they're more than likely looking towards getting the early dragon as well, because with them dragon stacking is also how they're able to win or create a win con for themselves. The previous game does not say who doesn't get punished for just farming or for taking his camps under vision as well.
There wasn't really much to punish. You don't really want to commit there. You didn't have much idea where bot lane is. You could assume that they were on the rotation there, which they were. And getting caught seen on the ward bot lane there is going to be a call for DC Max to pop over and try to start the first Herald of the game. Mog getting a feel for it. Chain Destruction is going to lock in, and there goes a lot of sweet spot damage there on the Q1 and 2 there for Mog, forcing the recall from Clorox there. Herald at 4K right now. Clorox actually did not retreat back, and on that call, they're going to go. DC is going to be a 2v1. World Ender is going to be procced here. It's going to force it to a 3v1. Flash is available for Mog. I think he's going to have to retreat back. Looking for it, trying to bait it out. Maybe try to do a little something there, but unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get much. Silas is here. Hectic is here for the recovery response, but I don't think it's going to be much more. Objective's going to be traded for both sides. I don't know if it was really a loss on either side, it being first drag, and it being first Herald.
I mean, I find first Herald is definitely a lot more valuable than first strike, right? Because you can use that as setup for your laners and be able to at least just unlock, unlock some rovers like the Silas, right? Or even your bot lane, which you saw previously, did both really well for yourself.
Oh, set up there. Oh, but the double bomb lockdown is going to stop the engage dive. That was looking so good for the side of NYIT. Able to pick up Raptors and find a setup. But Solo Vayne main using their future vision there to look into the future and see the possibility on the way out.
Yeah, good job for being able to actually dodge that. Did lose the flash off of it. So, but I find it's a worthwhile trades to make sure that you don't get set too far behind. It would be interesting to see where DC Mask actually does pop to their field. Considering where he's positioning, we're looking at most likely the bot side. And with not Savior on, actually recalling currently, they could set up a lane gank, which is looking to be exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, I would like that. I honestly feel with being slightly behind, I don't know if the Herald was necessarily the best, but I'm glad that they took it off the board to kind of stop the snowball potential from NYIT. I think that was a really good call instead of trying to commit and trying to flip either Dragon or just full man committing top lane. Oh, this is blind too. They don't see a flash going on in. Moonfall will land there, and that's going to be an easy pickup. Exhaust will be proc there. Lilia is trying to fight for their life there, but unfortunately, that will be the double kill there. Ult coming in from Not Xavier. He will pick up one, but Vixen there with the triple kill there with the nice gank coming over from DC Mass to allow that to happen.
I think Not Savior didn't need to go in there. I understand you want to try to be able to get something back, but you're moving in with Hecty still in mid lane too, and going in after your bot lane has already died. I think that you gotta kind of just cut your losses. To be fair, the flash is a lot from both sides. Well, so I think it was a bit of an extension, but Wix getting a 3 kills now. Start out off that trade. It's quite nice. Your Vayne's gonna be feeling real good.
Yeah, Verx, really well played there. I don't think Xavier really needed to get into any position there to try to pick anything up. Maybe if he locked in, the 3-man gang coming on in, Perfect in trouble, is gonna pick up the Vayne or the Karma ult, keep himself alive. Flash gonna come on in over from Savior. We'll be able to pick one up. Looking for the other one. Yoroichi is less than 10%. Not Savior will pick it up for the double kill. That was a really good rotation and very sneaky from Daemen, but unfortunately not going to be able to pick anything up. Meanwhile, top side, Mog seeing all the commotion mid is going to try to create a little something of his own and pick one up for himself. Dive potential coming on in. Lockdown coming in from Anj. There goes the Ice Fang as well. Missing the knockup, no minion wave. I think they're gonna have to retreat back here. DC Mask on the last couple seconds here. We'll have to drop the Herald. Gets a couple plates for it though.
Yeah, getting about like a plate and a half isn't too bad in terms of the gold worth as well, but they're gonna set up a dive on the bot side though on the DC Mask because he is there with Nar roaming down. No Narbar there either. Wagner has about half of his health.
Yeah, little low here. Ults are available too, so they have to be careful here. Solo Vayne on the rotation here. Will get the stun. Will try to escape with the speed. Xavier catching out. Clorox here. No Rage Blade range stacked up available. Only at about 50%. Xavier, or not Savior, finding very good openings and opportunities on the Xin and picking up 3-0 and now on a killing spree.
Yes, sir. And with him popping off like this is what we saw last time as well. Not Savior, of course, not exactly at the exact same lane that we did see previously, but this is still, you know, pretty solid. But from on the back end of it, they should be able to pick a top tower. A trade waiting for Dragon. So at least on the other end, you know, NYT and Daemen just trading neutrals.
I really like that, honestly. Like, if you're not going to be able to full commit and win the entire objective yourself, win somewhere else. Keep yourself going. Don't just throw yourself into a lost fight and grab something. Continue building yourself up. Is it always the best to trade 1-for-1? Of course not. It's not. But at least it's better than nothing.
Exactly. Yeah, it's that's when you get something back. Double knockup.
Set up here. Double knockup will go in. Yorichi way low there. But Moonpress will land, followed up with Anji's ult, trying to keep the sustain going. They will pick up one Xavier on a rampage there. Fixie will trade there as well on their own rampage. Solo made a vein on the rotation. TP coming on in, the ult landing there, the shutdown coming in onto Fix. World Ender coming in to get the mid lane. He's looking for more. Flash Q going in for the double kill. Fixie on the run by Ike. Get away from the World Ender on his own. Triple kill.
Aatrox is a very, very good champion. And as we already did mention this before, right, when you're trying to, 1v5, then this would be the way to do it.
Amazing there, the 1-0 to the quick 4-0, the 3 Qs plus Stride Breaker just coming on in and putting out the damages. That was an insane play. Daemen looking very good there on the startup, keeping the Vayne alive. Vayne bobbing and weaving like a shadow boxer over there. Able to get the shutdown too on Not Savior. Looking fantastic, all for that TP just to go and set pace and change the game here. 6K gold lead right now, where it was just only about 1,000 from there.
Yeah, and with this trend continuing forward, right, it's just with NYT accruing and accumulating leads like this, which will lead to more, but the potential fight looking to stop this Rift Herald.
D getting locked down there. Shield will be coming in from Karma to try to stop it. 4K on the objective there. Not Xavier looking in and going on and not braving all the elements and the monsters. He's going to pick up one right now. Flash is going to go in, and unfortunately that's not going to be the right flash in. Excon dash. Not enough to get another one. That's going to be 2 pickup with following the second Rift Herald will be for NYT right there. The extension of the snowball is starting.
Yes, sir. And now, the snowball continuing. It stops Rift Herald. Hopefully they go ahead and drop that top slash so that way they can at least get to top tier 2. And they can continue that further as well. Because now with this, nobody can actually match Margaret in any sort of side lane. And they could just be... I don't think they'll set up for the same 1-3-1 that we saw previously, but probably a 4-1 with Margaret being able to just push into the base pretty much by himself. To send across many people there, and that allows NYT to trade for much more across the other end of the map.
Yeah, no, I would have to agree with that. The pressure is all over here. Oh, as we get into this mid exchange here, 1v3 right now. Hectic just trying to sustain, try to get a little something there, but unfortunately, they will find a pick on the mid laner there, getting a little reprieve and a slight fresh breath air on the side of day.
And you know what? Things like that is why, we watch League of Legends, right? The fun back and forth, and teams just trying to crawl their way one into the next. Get these kills, get Dragon, and then from so much more is like one hero arises.
And hopefully this hero will be the answer for Daemen. TP coming in from Hectic there is just gonna stop the tier 1 siege here. Molgraf here, the man, the machine, the monster himself coming in. Knockup going in. There is no escape from the World Ender himself. 5-0 right now. Starting up on the mid lane there, looking for a pretty decent pick, but the speed from the Time Mage himself will get him out of that sticky situation. I think there's going to be a 3-man siege with Herald coming in right now.
Yeah, they just need to clear out the wave, but considering where they are, Savior's going in.
Grabbing a pick. The tether is going to grab from Yororichi. Will stop the siege there, but it's not going to be enough there. Ult is going to go in. Follow up with Anjarisu is going to get the snipe instead. Really nice dive combat potential is showing here. Tier 3 will be finally knocked down here. The stun is coming on in. Furix still very strong. Ult will come down and they will find one, but did they bite more than they can chew? Molgraf going on in. World Ender being drunk. They are on the run again. Furix being able to find us being able to pick up another one, stopping the world ender themselves, picking up a quadra kill. Will they be able to grab it? The seed will push them back. Will they look for it? They are caught on to the ward. It was looking so good for NYIT, but the Daemon, the Virix, the Night Hunter themselves being able to pick up a quadra and bring this game back on their back.
And with Aatrox being so strong, right, with them being able to get 3 back, NYT, that back by the end of it, just simply overextending. They knew they were strong, they wanted to get into tower, but they was ready to go for that fight. But considering how back and forth things have been, they know that it'll just take one good 5v5 for them to be able to end things.
Yeah, and now at 10-2? Yeah, 10-2 right now. Vayne can challenge just about anyone. Add in the ult as well, and it gets very serious and it gets very dangerous. It is not going to be such an easy closeout now, as we're getting the skirmish over onto this third Drake here. Speed up coming in from Zillion as they push in. 2.2 left. The 4-man stun, the 4-man knock up, and it's going to look destructive on the side of NYIT. Double kill's going to be locked in. That's going to be 3 down right there. Objective will be picked up as well. Vix on the run, trying to bob and weave and fight everyone, but unfortunately the team is not there for it. The shutdown will be picked up. Zillion being the last one on the only side alive for his team, and I think he may be able to get away there. Oh man, Daemen looking so good, and then to get popped.
But it's just like I said, man. It was gonna be just one fight. One fight was all it was going to take, and one good 5v5 is realistically that simple. And now from here too, they'll get this Baron, and the exact same siege will start once more. You can't lock themselves in a corner like that with the Fed Aatrox.
No, you cannot lock yourselves like that. And being so grouped up there, very opportune moment to set it up and knock down the bowling balls. They able to get mid. Winions. Not bad though. But unfortunately, I don't think that's gonna be more than enough. Items getting picked up and bought in over here. Everyone looking pretty decent for the most part. Everyone needing getting what is needed for themselves. Right now, really just need to win maybe 2 more team fights to close this game out.
1 or 2 more. Like you said, it just stands in their way. Because as of this point, right, it does become pretty tough if you want to fight. Now, of course, Daemen can try to pay for these picks, but there's not a ton of there's not a ton of strong power points that they have currently for what they're presenting as a setup. The 1-4.
Yeah, would have been nice. It would be a lot easier. Oh, the mean setup there. Lax Hour will be proc there. Exhaust is going to be used. Nightfall will land there. Lilia getting ripped apart by this Virix. What an actual good call from Daemon there, knowing that they're going to be able to get it. But the split from top and bottom is going to lose them tier 2. So they do get 2 kills. But at what cost? The reset there. They're going to try to stop the recalls there, but unfortunately, they actually stopped them. Nice ult from Anj there. Yorishu in trouble. Mograb coming from the back. DC Basket is in trouble there. That's going to be the 2 pickup there. So that is actually 2 kills for 2, but 2 tier 2s. What a flip there.
And they're just far too strong, man. There's only so much they can do to try to fight. Like, just the setup isn't there. They still have Baron, and with this 1-4 that they got going on right now, they're trying to split push, but Silas can't exactly contend against the Gnar. Like, he's still fine, but the question has to be as to how they move themselves around. And the top wave pushing as well. Dragon's up at a minute 45. I feel like they can still keep going for this, but to make a safer call.
Yeah, I think that would be the right call too. Play it a little slower. Don't full commit to try to close this game out. Grab that drag. It will put you in sole position. is Soul needed? No, it's Cloud Soul, unfortunately. And also, I don't think they're in the position that any Soul is needed. It is very, it's helpful. Obviously, it's very optimal to have Soul, but I don't think it's needed, especially with this team right now. Just need to be sure to keep Virix in control, keep them under wraps, and make sure that they do not explode the team like they just did recently. DC Mash just trying to clear out some vision here. He's going to get picked up by the chains there. Hextech Rocket will go. I don't think they're going to be able to get away. Stridebreaker will proc their Q. 1, 2, 3 will go up there, dashing back out, and unfortunately it's just going to meet the rest of NYIT there. That's going to be an easy pickup there. 40 seconds left for this Dragon here. I'm not sure what the proper call will be here. I think it's just going to be the quick rotate over to the drag.
I need to pick up there, is it? I need to pick up for the drag as well.
Oh no, get a call on a ward there. I think they're gonna be looking for some cheesy bush strats here.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to be careful here. Yorichi out front.
We're gonna see how they can possibly move in. Alright, it'll be slow point for NYIT so not exactly the end of the world, but question is like, can they actually stop this? The answer is no.
I don't think so.
It's easy peasy because they don't want a 5v5 here either. And with Bryant coming up at a mid 31, I know that's what NYT is looking for.
Yeah. As the team rotates into the jungle here, they don't know they're on this ward. They don't know that they're on this ward. Oh, this is not good for Daemen right now. Nakama is gonna go. Abscon, Everfrost is gonna proc. Unfortunately, not finding anybody there. And I thought that was a really nice setup there. But NYIT don't pull the trigger on it.
No, unfortunately not, right? Like you said, I'm interested as to why they could have probably just taken the fight, but I think resetting their waves is pretty important considering they're all pushing into them. If they did take the fight and then they had waves pushing in, that could have been the end of the game, but so far, not exactly there.
No, not yet. Waves looking pretty decent for both sides there. I think they're gonna wait 30 seconds for this Baron. I think they're gonna look to contest and then maybe try to close it out there.
Wood is definitely the most ideal situation, right? Because with the Baron, you actually have just a lot more push, and you can continue to make sure that no one can realistically fight against you for what you're putting out. And Daemen, we can't do that right now anyways. But past that too, there's the 9 resources on the side of NYT, and one after the next, they just keep stuffed. They keep getting put down. DC Mask is under vision, but they're not gonna go after him.
Yoruichi almost getting picked out there. No vision there either for Daemen, so they don't know that this is getting started right now. 10k and decreasing here. Looking over to 9k, looking for the 4-1. No one. Oh. May look to answer the rotate and try to fight this Mog here. I don't even think they're going to do that. They're gonna just have to give up that objective there. And right now, I don't know if that was the best call. But I mean, you couldn't go in there blind.
That, like you said, right? With no vision there too, there was no way they could have fought, because if they died, then suddenly they can't do much out of this at all. Now with this though, with this back, they're gonna have a ton of items in their back pocket, and they're all set up for the next fight that is potentially on his way. Daemen just looking to be able to clear out, but Vixie is at 4 items, so if she does stay alive, it would be really nice. But if NYT managed to find her early on, then that'll be all she wrote.
Vixie being their only out here as we look over onto the KDA of everyone else. Vixie the only one able to get ahead right now. So that is their only opportunity. That is their win condition for game 2. If she gets taken out, or if they get taken out too early, it will mean that is a quick, or not the quick, but that is the quick 2-0 closeout.
For now though. They're looking to just push in at a 1-3-1, same stuff they had previously. Or the Baroned up minions.
Yeah, I think this is going to make a big difference here for it. Hertic is going to be able to knock down that tower immediately. Mogdare himself taking out tier 1 top side. Gonna have to respect the wave there. 3 mid matching. They're looking to see and reposition. Look for the right call. Virix looking to try to possibly try to take Mog for it. I don't know if that's the right call. That's 1 inhib down there. That's a 2nd tower drop there. 3rd base tower here is going. If Daemen is going to do something, the time is now. 3rd tower is going to get dropped here. They're looking to start on Mog Mass, looking for the knock-up there. Flash going on in. Virix with the last power call is going to go. They are going to find Mogaref there, and they're going to back engage starting for Hertic, taking a lot of damage there. Does have the Nard there for his ult. Virix just going on in, but gets stunned up against the wall with the Nard ult. Andrisu is dominating. The GA is going to come down, but it's not going to be enough. Nar on the backline is going to pick up 2 for the wall, but again, it's not going to be enough, and I think that is the full man ace, and I think that's going to be the game.
That'll be all true, like you're saying, by the end of it, like NYAT coming in this game dominant, and they finish it off with dominance once more. It's just so good from them, and it chose to take every single thing off the map before this Saturday ended.
Sometimes just the way to do it sometimes, you know? I feel like, honestly, make sure that there's no out for your enemy team. Let's say Virix found that out in that last team fight. They were able to get Mograph down, and it was a 4v5. If they were able to win that, there was nothing on the board for them to really come back to. All 3 lanes being pushed. No base towers besides the one on Nexus. So even if they win that fight, even if they do get the ace, there's nothing there for them. There's nothing there for them at all. So I kind of like that it does extend it a bit. It does open up the window for opportunity for the enemy team a little more. But for the most case, I think that's the smartest or the safest way to close out a game, especially when you have such an underlying threat on the enemy team, such as Virix.
For sure, yeah. Dominance right from beginning to end for NYT, and I think there's not much more to say about that personally.
Yeah, no. And on that, we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna grab the interview for MVP, and we will be right back as we get ready for the interview. Chain CC, Mask nearly dying on the... After the pop, you should see the re-engage there. Oh, the speed up is going to keep himself going. I'm not sure which way he's going to go. Flash is unavailable for him. Will his bot lane be able to get there? Abscon is going to land there. Follow up with the not savior, but the level 6 ult will keep him alive. The engage and the fight is starting right now. Looking for the re-engage there. Bombs are going on. The damage is real. Hectic there with the drop. First blood is going to land on the Vayne though. The double kill will be for the Silas. Anji will rotate around and pick up. This is blind too. They don't see a flash going on in. Moonfall will land there, and that's going to be an easy pickup. Exhaust will be proc there. Lilia is trying to fight for their life there, but unfortunately, that will be the double kill there. Ult coming in from Not Xavier. He will pick up. He's going to pick up the Vayne or the Karma ult. Keep himself alive. Flash going to come on in over from Xavier. Will be able to pick one up. Looking for the other one. Yoroichi is less than 10%. Not Xavier will pick it up for the double kill. Down up here, double knock will go in. Yoroichi way low there. Moonpress will land, followed up with Anji's ult. Trying to keep the sustain going. They will pick up one Xavier on a rampage there. Dixie will trade there as well on their own rampage. Solo mid Vayne on the rotation. TP coming on in. The ult landing there. The shutdown coming in on the Vix. World Ender coming in to get the mid lane. He's looking for more. Flash Q going in for the double kill. Vixie on the run. Bayike, get away from the World Ender on his own. Triple grabbing a pick. The tether is going to grab from Yoroichi. Will stop the siege there, but it's not going to be enough there. Ult is going to go in. Follow up with Andrisu. Is going to get the snipe instead. Really nice dive combat potential is showing here. Tier 3 will be finally knocked down here. The stun is coming on in. Virix still very strong quadra kill. Will they be able to grab it? The seed will push them back. Will they look for it? They are caught onto the ward. Oh, that's one inhib down there. That's a second tower drop there. Third base tower here is going. If Daemen is going to do something, the time is now. Third tower is going to get dropped here. They're looking to start on Log Mass, looking for the knock up there. Flash going on in. Vix with the last power call is going to go. They are going to find Rubber F there, and they're going to back engage starting for Eric, taking a lot of damage there. Does have the Nard there for his ult. Vix just going on in. But gets stunned up against the wall with the Nard ult. Andrisu is dominating. The GA is going to come down, but it's not going to be enough. Nard on the back line is going to pick up 2 for the wall, but again, it's not going to be enough, and I think that is the full man ace, and I think that's going to be the game.
That'll be all true, like you're saying, by the end of it, like NYAT coming in this game dominant, and they finish it off with dominance once more.
All right, guys, and we are back. Coming in with our player interview, coming from NYIT, is the one and only mid laner, correct? Right? I'm saying that right. I hope I'm saying that right.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Hey,
Hi.
how are you? And it is
What's
Hector.
up?
It is Hector. 1-2. How are you, man?
Good, good. Coming off of a good win. Honestly, felt really good. We absolutely destroyed them. We were expecting them to play actually a lot better, but honestly, we overperformed. No disrespect to Daemon, but honestly, we played insanely well, and I'm really proud for us to us. So
So now you say overperform, and game 1 I would have to agree. Game 2 though wasn't as solid. What happened with that vein?
So, okay. Game 1 was very solid. I definitely agree with you. Game 2, we kind of started dropping off the ball because I think we started taking split fights. I think a lot of the misplays, truthfully, I think were on me. I think there was one fight where I used Gnar ult to just instantly kill Gnar when I probably should have just saved it for the Vayne, because we were talking in the fights. We were just like, if Vayne dies, we just instantly win.
Yep.
Right? Because that's the whole identity of their composition. They have 2 enchanters and they have one 8 ADC. So honestly, it was a lot of just us dropping the ball a little bit, getting a little bit too antsy. But when I say overperform, I mean that the fact that, like, one of our biggest issues going into these games, it's mainly just team fight execution. And obviously we fumbled a little bit in game 2, but I don't know if you guys noticed, but the wombo combos we were able to do with Senna W, the Diana ultis, those were absolutely just super clean.
Yeah.
So
yeah, most definitely super duper clean. Yeah, I'm just ask you a quick question here, Hector. You play Malzahar. How do you sleep at night? I was wondering.
Well, okay, look. All I'm gonna say is Malzahar is just you get outplayed. Just what do you want me to do? It's just flash ulti.
Don't put the
Just a better
questions, Your
player.
Honor. It's him. Take him away.
I sleep amazingly well at night, and
Yeah, I bet you
people
do.
get tilted when they just see me playing that champion because it's really annoying to play against. And to me, it's one of those things where it's like, just play the champion. If you're so tilted against it, literally, if you're good enough to play a point and click ulti, just play it. Literally, just play it. So
That is true. That is true.
I'm done.
So second seed, coming in, only a few weeks left. How do you guys feel heading into playoffs pretty soon?
So, to put it bluntly, the only team I'm truthfully concerned about is Malloy.
Okay.
Their team is really good. Blue Violet and HM02. They're really good players. So on those two really have to fight against us, our own mid jungle. So that's the only team that truthfully concerns me. Farmingdale, I mean, we showed in the past, we absolutely destroyed them. They literally lost to a backdoor, and
Yeah, they're the only lost from Farmingdale is you guys actually.
yeah, we
It's
took
a
our revenge from
three-way.
last year.
It's a three-way tie right now. 6-0-1 on Malloy, Farmingdale, and for the Cybears right now. So I mean, you guys did show yourself for that. So Malloy being the only wall there, do you have any answers? Don't tell me super strats or anything, but with playoffs coming in soon, you have to have something set up, right? Ready to
Yeah.
go for these guys. Awesome.
So, like I said, our team has been mainly working on just team fight execution. Our early game, throughout every single game, we are consistently getting huge leads. We're consistently able to get kills on our jungler, and we're consistently able to just catch opponents their mistakes. Our problem is mid game, is making sure we actually translate those leads into meaningful fights or into meaningful game winning positions. So Malloy should be scared because we are
Okay.
getting better by the weeks. We're literally this game, like literally our thing last year was wombo combos, and we're performing them insanely well. So if they make one small mistake, oh, they should be worried. We're gonna make sure we punish that.
I like that. I really like that. Thanks so much for coming down. Appreciate you. GG's today.
Yes, sir.
Honestly. So I wish you guys the best, and hopefully we'll see you guys in the upcoming following weeks in playoffs.
Yes, sir. Okay. Yep.
And I think that is it.
It
Coming
is
from us,
indeed.
Esports U, week 4 with a strong 2-0 closeout there for the second seed for NYIT. Daemen needed to pick up a little something else. Playoffs right around the corner. Very exciting to see. Thank you all oh so much. Again, I am the host with the most, Huey Yoshikage. If you guys really enjoy, you can always follow us right there. With me on the table as well is the most ravishing NA, Mr. Ravish. Thank you so much for having us, and we will see you all
We do
next week.
also have
Oh,
Overwatch coming up right after this. You
hey, so
definitely don't
don't
want
go
to go
anywhere
anywhere.
then. Don't
Yeah,
leave.
yeah.
Don't leave. Stay there. All right. Overwatch action coming right around the corner. Coming in less than 2.
Are you ready now? Are you ready now?
our beginning map here, we actually have Ilios to start. Because it is the start of week 4, the past 3 weeks were Lijiang Tower. So it will be a nice change to see Ilios. I'm always seeing Lijiang Tower, honestly. Don't get me wrong, I love it, but I can't see it all the time.
Fair enough, fair enough. And we do like a change of, a change of pace. I feel like the map really does dictate what type of compositions these teams like to go for. Ilios having a lot of airspace. Wouldn't be surprised to see like a Pharah Mercy type of combination for the DPSs, or maybe they just run in really fast and try to capture the points.
Well, I would say Rush. Rush is the hardest to play on this map, honestly, just because of the open space. So I expect to see more dive, maybe a bit of bunker, maybe.
Okay.
That's more towards the lighthouse.
Absolutely right. And I believe the teams, they are pretty much ready for us to get into game. This is going to be, if I recall, a 1st to 3. So what are you looking for in terms of not necessarily the adaptations game to game, but like what strategies are you looking out for? I know we only really know map 1, which is Ilios, but what do you hope to see coming into this series?
Well, what we can tell real quick from how a team plays is if they have the ability to choose a map, they'll try to pick it towards their strength. So if they are prominent with dive, they'll probably go with like Gibraltar, like a map like Gibraltar, or even I'm losing the name, or even Temple of Anubis, where they can utilize high ground and low ground.
Absolutely right. Well, I mean, I personally, you're the Overwatch expert here. I'm really just let's just say caster fodder for this series. But I mean, I'm pretty excited as well. I don't have too much exposure as much as you do, perhaps, but I have a little bit of interest of my own. I'm hoping to see, I don't know, maybe some more DPS shakeup. I feel like the DPS meta is pretty commonplace. You have your compositions, double bubble, rush, not very good. But we'll see. But we are heading into the map with a beautiful aerial view of the entire stage so far.
Yep, it takes place actually in Greece.
Oh yeah,
That's
beautiful
nice
marble
one.
pillars.
Indeed. Now we see on the side of Hocking here, the Hawks have opted to go with a double shield comp, while Navarro Bulldogs have gone for Rush.
Absolutely right, and right off the bat, you can kind of see Junkrat taking a little bit of that high ground, trying to get that AoE as much as he possibly can into that middle area, but both Reinhardt's facing off here in that central area, or not Reinhardt, I should say, the Orisa putting up the shield.
Oh, thanks. We do see Seismic over here. He first got the initial pick, got a second. Robot also getting the pick on the Lucio, but from the looks of it, double shield is working here. I'm a little surprised they were able to turn the capture of the point here.
Yeah, Navarro losing a lot of people really quickly, and getting initial grab of that point very, very important, because now all you have to really do is play spoiler and make sure that Navarro don't get onto the site as much as possible, but they are going to the right side engage.
They are. The biggest thing that Bulldogs need to do here is stick together and push these tanks. If they stay too much in one spot, they will get spammed out by this Junkrat. Just like Lucio did. Froggy goes down. It's a T-bone.
Yeah, probably trying to use that, that other side of the map. It is possible to boot people out, but that Riptire, actually does eliminate a lot of the turrets, as well as Brandon on that Symmetra. So now another man advantage, but Hocking immediately losing half of their team afterwards, both healers down, and suddenly it's looking really dangerous. Deadeye trying to find anybody out, does find one, but it is the tank. Still both DPS available for Navarro. Hocking now with staggering death timers.
Well, it's good they were able to cap it. However, I would say they seemed a bit all over the place. Their Sim was staying back when she didn't push with the team. Their Rhine was separated from their Lucio in their group. So I'm wondering, how are they going to get away with this?
Absolutely so, and now they have to fight against that Amp Matrix. Pushing pedal to the metal here is Navarro. Not even having people onto the site, they're just pushing forward. And Hocking, they have ultimates available, but they didn't choose to use it. Navarro expending theirs to ensure that Hocking have a difficult time even leaving their respawn platform.
Oh, back to the spawn you go. Right now, you're not really in a rush yet. It's only about 45 to 50. You got a pretty good ult bank if you're the Hawks here. The Bulldogs, you're building them, but you don't have anything quite yet. Maybe Lucio here, if you can get that 2%, you're probably going to get it.
Yeah, and I think Hocking's game plan here is, like you said, they do want to stick together. There's going to be the ultimate coming out for the Orisa. You do still have the Transcendence available, Tactical Visor used to see if they can snipe out anybody from the other side of the map, but not too much avail here as the Reinhardt getting really low on the side of Navarro. They are still holding on, 2 members down for now. Cassidy has fallen for a while already, and now Hocking with the 2-3-man advantage. Actually, a beautiful clean wipe there. And they have control of the point once again.
I do want to make a mention here. If you notice, the Hawks only used 2 ults there, and they barely made any point presence at the start. They first got 2 picks, and from there, they started to encroach the point, and then turn it into theirs.
Absolutely right. Transcendence still available, so if the hard engage happens, but there's the shatter, like you're mentioning. Not too much effect coming out here. The soldier actually does stay alive. Junkrat does fall down though. There's going to be the Sigma ult coming out as well. Navarro expending as much as they can. There's the Deadeye to capitalize on the other DPS on the other side. And now Hocking with numbers disadvantage. They are going to have to fall back once again. And with the point taken to Navarro, it does look like one team fight here at the end is going to decide who gets the point here.
So, if you're the Bulldogs here, you want to win this point, you got to keep the space. And it looks like they're doing just that. They have about 10% left to do, to hold. Therefore, if they can do that, then it's all theirs. Tire gets destroyed by those turrets. You got to watch out for those when you send them in. Tire's very weak.
Absolutely right. There's going to be the amplification matrix once again, trying to amplify up that damage with the tactical visor as well. Getting a really good angle is Seismic out here, taking down another, make it 3, and that's going to be the point switching over. And I don't think Navarro is going to be able to capture it back. And there it is, first point going to Hocking.
So, my piece of advice I would say for the Bulldogs is if you're going to run rush here, especially against double shield spam, you can't sit back. That was one of their biggest mistakes when you saw the Hawks use their bongo and visor to capture that point. They just sat back behind a corner and didn't have any presence. And because they were getting picked off slowly, the Bulldogs were just animals trapped in a corner with nowhere to go.
Absolutely right. The time bot, I mean, even we saw it, the Junkrat didn't have very effective ults, but it wasn't really necessary. I think you can kind of just meme about it and call it the zoning ultimate, but the Hawks, they were able to capture the point once again, and I feel like this was a lot of back and forth. And not really a lot of decisiveness when in terms of holding a point. We're gonna see if either side, as a matter of fact, improve that heading in, but Navarro, with the presidential escort going in as a group, they are going to have control of this point immediately, but only for a while for the time being, still being captured. But we see Seismic once again firing on all cylinders here. A little bit of a DPS exchange coming out from the right side.
So this is the one exception because it's the lighthouse here. The point is where you want to be. It's where you want to take cover. You don't have to rush out unless you see a target that can go. Best bet is to stay back, build the window. It seems Sully gets a double here. The Hawks are wiping them out.
Absolutely right. I mean, staying in Lighthouse is really good because you don't have a lot of points to cover, but there's so much AoE on the side of Hocking, and it's so easy to just spread out the damage because you're in such an enclosed area, right? And so with that, Hocking able to break through the defenses, and like you said, they don't have to step out if they don't want to. They can defend from the Lighthouse, but Navarro trying to see if they can do anything about it. But
no.
Sigma with a beautiful ultimate actually captures, I believe, 3 members of Navarro, the Bulldogs, and now they're coming from the right side.
Nope, that was an Orisa pull.
Oh.
You see the tire come in here and see if they can find anybody. They get the Lucio. And the point turns back over to the Bulldogs.
Getting
It's just what they need. Any little percentage they can gain is all the more.
Absolutely right. You want to keep it as even as possible if you're trying to, let's say, mitigate as much damage possible, but another Amp Matrix coming out for defense. And I feel like Lucio, actually a really good angle here. If you're able to catch anybody in the back of the lighthouse, you can just boop them off very simply. You know, not having to worry about health bar if they're just simply taken off the map. But once again, Hocking put on the offense here. Seismic taken really, really low there.
They are. If you are the Bulldogs right now, you actually want to try to get some space here because you are losing people. Now you gotta stay back. You lost both viewers. They're just playing to get as much percentage as you can.
Finding out the percentage, and there's that bongo that you were referencing. Keeping a lot of people healthy. Still Shatter available as the last line of defense if needed, but both DPSs down for Navarro. And there's going to be that Shatter utility gone now with the Reinhardt falling, and another swing back towards the Hawks.
I do like how back and forth this game is being. You don't see one side being more dominant than the other. However, I do feel that this double shield is being a lot more successful than the rush. They just seem a little discoordinated.
Need a lot of ultimates in the bank here for Navarro. Let's see if they choose to use it. I believe Transcendence being used by the Hawks to keep everybody alive. Tactical visor from the high ground, trying to see if they can get anything there. But the Symmetra ultimate cuts the lighthouse in half. Really good for Navarro for the time being. Shatter's still available, but the Riptire with the flank, trying to hop on the other side of the Symmetra ult, but the Deadeye capturing 2 people on the side of Navarro. They are wiping Hocking right out of the lighthouse, and they will be able to maintain it. The overtime is ticking, but they are going to secure the point. That's 1-1 so far on map number 1.
Actually, that was a great play there. So what if you saw the Bulldogs became very disciplined with their ults. They used the sim wall just for basic protection and tried to stall it as much time as possible until the overtime. From there, they let their ults rip. They just laid into the Hawks and tried to make sure that they secured the kills one at a time while staying alive themselves.
Absolutely. So really good usage of ults. They waited. They knew they had the point. They just had to play defense, like you said, stall it out, and the point secured for them. Now 1-1, we're tied up, and I'm actually really curious to ask because I've been noticing that we're not seeing a lot of heroes being swapped in between the map stages. Is that rather normal per se?
Sometimes it is. You see that when you have very confident picks from your players. Other times it's you see people swap just to counter. In this case, we are on the well, so the plan for both teams is to try to hunker down, play bunker style, essentially, as the comp implies. The only difference here is that the Bulldogs are playing for hooks, so the Orisa will pull, and then the Hog will hook off it, while the Hawks are playing for pull rocks. Exact same thing, this one for rock.
Makes sense, and obviously using the environmental damage with the well being in the middle, the hook champions, or the hook heroes I should say, very prevalent in this situation as a lot of skirmishing back and forth right now, just really grinding ultimates, but the Lucio caught out of left field there.
I think what they need to do here is they're really just, you need to regroup right now. They're going down one by one and staggering themselves. And the Hawks already have control of the points. So what they need to do is regroup, come up with a game plan. It looks like that game plan might involve rush.
It might, absolutely so. We are seeing the tanks switching out. There's the Reinhardt, there's the Zarya.
I might have wanted to see that Hog stay though. Just because they were so close to ult.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And speaking of that ultimate advantage, a lot of ultimates in the bank for the Hawks right now. Both tanks, both DPSs. You can see 2 of them being used already. Trying to see if they can grab the edge and hold on to site from a distance. Able to take down the Cassidy is the soldier, and now DPS advantage. In fact, a huge team advantage. And there's that stagger once again. Maybe the hero swap wasn't really worth it there.
Well, so the mistake there was the Reinhardt went in alone towards the backline, and the Lucio abandoned him. At least from what I could see. If they all stick together, because that's what you do with Rush. You stick together like you're pretty much a death ball. You gotta move together, you gotta shoot things together, you go after the same target. You close the distance on double shield, which likes to keep the distance. Target's eliminated real quick. You do see the Flux go in, you get a pick on the Lucio and the Free, the Reaper, the Zarya. That leaves just Ryan and Bat have to fend for themselves. There goes the Ryan, there goes the Bat.
That's gonna be it. There's going to be that team wipe jumping into the well for victory. But yeah, we were talking about how close this series was on map number 1, and Hocking blew it right out of the water with a 100-0 capture.
Play of the game.
There, and here we have Seismic. I didn't make mention of it, but I snoozed on it a little, but Seismic built up a visor almost every fight.
Oh yeah.
Which is very hard to do as DPS. Typically you might see maybe a dominant Reinhardt do that. Even the Sig had his ultimate just after the first fight on Lighthouse.
Makes sense. I mean, the name of the game for the DPS is to farm up that ultimate charge. So when it comes to consequent team fights, you do have that edge. And I feel like for Navarro, they kind of just tried to swap up their strategies a little bit too much within the span of one map. But we will be cutting it to a little bit of a short break. We will bring you map number 2 in just a little bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to map number 2 between Hocking College and Navarro College. I am Henry, Sami Nami to my side, and what an interesting map number 1 that was. It felt really, really even for the first 2 points, and then Hocking kind of just blew it out of the water there.
Oh yeah, they did. Now I'm real curious how we're gonna see this play come about, because we're gonna go to King's Row, the good old OG of Overwatch. Everyone
Yeah.
loves it.
Oh yeah, I feel like from my experience watching Kings Row, the main hurdle is trying to capture that first point. I feel like after that, it's a matter of just escorting, and that part isn't too necessarily bad as long as you're watching out for all the potential flanks. But I feel like getting through that initial hurdle of capturing the point is going to be the main takeaway that we see from this map.
Sometimes it is, sometimes it's actually not. In many competitive games, you will see first point either get full held or will be lost quickly. Rarely is it a hard-fought battle from time to time. The hardest parts out of the entire map typically is third point, because now you're dealing with high ground. Prior, you don't really have much high ground to fight against or with. First and second point, there's the small ledges and windows, sure.
Right.
And not a true high ground that you have to maneuver around that leaves you exposed from above.
All right. I mean, well, capturing that initial point, you do see right here a lot of those buildings, a lot of that high ground as well. So we can kind of see the resemblance between that third capture and this initial point, but we do see actually that Ash starting out for Hocking, trying to see if any cheese coming out from that top side. I know that Widow cheese very infamous here on Kings Row.
Well, Widow has a great time with the line of sight because of the long distance. You see Brawl versus Double Shield again, but Brawl typically favors Kings Row. Like that, we already see a tick come up. Wall comes out from the Mei, from the Bulldogs. They try to maneuver around it, but there's no picks being made right now. In fact, Sully gets killed by being isolated and going in way too deep.
Yeah, I think that Mei wall provided that protection needed, and now Navarro, like you said, pushing the aggression, a little bit of congestion left, but actually Navarro with a disadvantage here, having 1 DPS down, but they are able to finish off the point. And like you said, it was either a hold for the rest of the timer or just an immediate take, and there's that immediate take you were calling.
Yeah, so Junkrat's actually, he can be real good here, but it seems he's not going to try to risk playing the spam game against this team. Sometimes you'll see Junkrats hang out on the high ground behind the enemy, because what you do in this comp, keep people up, leave 1 to 2 people on cart to keep the cart moving while you keep the pressure. It's like plotting a blood wound for second points.
Makes sense indeed, and we are starting to see a little bit of congestion. They actually gave up the entire first ticker, but there's going to be the Bob summon. Actually, from an interesting flank angle all the way in the back. I don't know if Navarro are aware of it, but there's the Ash getting jumped on by the Diva. Let's pull back though, as both DPSs are there. The Blizzard, but with the invulnerability, actually plays out in favor of Navarro there, as they are able to wipe out Hocking for the time being.
Yeah, with Navarro, it's like I said here, Brawl is a lot better. It's just, you could say it's just better overall on this map, because you don't have to deal with long angles all the time. You don't have to deal with drawn out distances. It's a lot more close quarters, which favors them. You like to get in their face, and Double Shield does not like that in comparison.
A lot of ultimates being expended in this exchange. Like you said, third point, the hardest really to escort through, but just shy of 6 minutes in that time bank. Gonna see what they're able to do with it. A lot of ultimates used on the sides of both DPSs. There's going to be the Dragon Strike as well to dissuade Navarro, but all still very, very healthy for the time being. There's that Flux coming out, capturing the front line as a matter of fact, but Navarro's Cassidy caught out in the distance.
Yes, well, at this point, if you are the Bulldogs, this is beautiful. This is exactly what you want. You force them off the Orisa. They still are Double Shield, but now they are line. They are a mix of Brawl. They don't stand back as much anymore, because their tanks cannot get that value. Sigma can stay the middle ground kind of guy, but you need the hold of front line. And having to fight against a Mei is very hard, because that wall will separate you.
There's the immortality, keeping alive this Hanzo. Big Shatter, like you were mentioning. Navarro actually just wiping out. They're going straight into the battle. taking out the members of Hocking one by one, and a lot of time left. 4 minutes, and they finished the first round. Time to spare.
Score 0-3.
I'm a little overwhelmed. That was really fast.
Yeah, that's sometimes like the tempo of it. It could either be really drawn out, really long, hard fought battle, or it could be real quick and done in a flash, just like that.
Kind of saw that latter. As a matter of fact, I mean, I saw Navarro swapping to that Winston for that last fight. I feel like we didn't even get to see too much of it, and so maybe they get to reuse that a little bit in this second half. Hocking, they've got something to prove now themselves. 4 minutes is a pretty strong finish, I would say so myself, but again, getting through that initial hurdle, trying to see if they can just topple this point and start the escort.
Indeed. Now, if you're Hawkins here, you are now trying to attack this point. And double shield's hard to force here, even if you have the spam, because they don't have to play the point. What you will see a lot of Brawl kind of comps do is they'll sit back, especially against spam, and, well, educationally, if they're smart about it, they will rotate through the hotel into the back line of Hocking and catch them by surprise. Because then they catch them off guard and the spam is split. They don't know where to receive it from.
Seismic with a little excellent pocket of vision there, right over the little gate, trying to see if you can get anything shy of the shield, but Hocking looking to play with that high ground advantage right now is Navarro trying to make good defense here. Lots of shielding coming around, but there's going to be the tank jumping down and the Orisa immediately falling for Hocking.
So that was actually not the play you want to go if you're Hocking. If you are going to take that high ground, you can't just sit there. You gotta move. You're either going into them or you're going up those stairs. You see Seismic getting the nice headshot on Froggy there.
Yeah, using a lot of that elevation gain, that high ground, just jumping around really. Ooh, good headshot there. And there's going to be the Dragon Strike. Very beautiful. Forces everybody to the right side into T-Bones' hands, and that's going to be 2 falling. Both frontline, both tanks already down, and I believe that's going to be a capture for Hocking.
Yes, but I don't think it was as fast as the Bulldogs here.
No.
It was good in time, but it's not going to be the same.
Yes, but having it captured is always that first step. You love to see if you're on the side of Hocking. Now, I remember Hocking, they didn't defend even the first half of this too well, but the Coalescence pushing all of Hocking back, making sure that this is not getting escorted any further than that choke point. Very infamous choke point on King's Row, and now Navarro with the man disadvantage. There's going to be the charge in from the Reinhardt. Seismic jumping around, see if he can get anything done. Very close to that ultimate though, but Sigma with the flux once again. Shield to dissuade any more damage, but with a numbers advantage for Hocking, they are pressing forward.
So I think the biggest mistake here that Bulldogs made, yes, it's not great that you lost the player, but you do not want to all peel for that player because you held the choke point there. That archway is a huge choke point that's almost insurpassable if you hold that down. And it's all in favor for Brawl. Seismic, another headshot, beautifully placed. And the Dragon Strike comes in again.
Yeah, beautiful timing on that Dragon Strike. Already at disadvantages on the side of Navarro, but they are trying to hold out to the best of their abilities. Not too much here, but the Coalescence coming out again for Shadow. Seeing if they can do any more damage than this. Is pushing the members of Hocking back, and now they will have to regroup. They do not want to stagger the death timers here, especially when you're getting so close to that second capture.
Watch out for that skill orb. That little orb of death coming your way. That's one of the scariest things that comes at you. Because you know it's coming, and you hate to be near it.
right. Deadeye here, pocked by the Cassidy. Doesn't get too much done, I believe. A lot of people hiding behind terrain. So nothing much, but the cargo is being pushed back already, as a matter of fact.
Bulldogs actually stand their ground. I'm waiting to see. Oh, Junkrat! I wanted to see that tire. Great chances to use it. That could have turned the tide here.
Yeah, and if Navarro, if the Bulldogs, if they're able to hold at this arch, this choke point that you were talking about, it gets really, really hard to go back to your payload. And if that's the case, then it's just gonna keep coming back until it hits this arc. But there's that tire that you were talking about on a really good flank angle, but there's going to be the sound barrier, I believe. Bongos, like you say, going to keep everyone at a very healthy amount of HP. There's going to be the missile barrage. Farah finds one, finds two before taken down, but you've done your job. Both healers now off the cards for the Hawks.
So the biggest thing that Bongos provide for the team. Oh, we do see a martyr kill on the Lucio. That is quite unfortunate, because he pretty much walks into that one. So the Bongos here actually hold that thought. We might see a shatter. I'm real excited. Are we going to see it?
It's going to see that Hanzo coming out. Flux does pull up two people. There is Hocking getting that numbers advantage once again, but still have a lot of ultimates to their name. Still, both supports having their ultis available. Is going to be able to press forward, and like you said, not going to be in the swift fashion that Navarro was able to do it, but you definitely want to be able to close out here, having more than just 1 minute to work with if you capture that third checkpoint. Very, very good if you want to win this map. But Navarro, they are being pushed back.
That they are. So double shield works a little better here. Unfortunate to see Froggy get picked off another headshot. They're trying to protect the high noon, see who they can find. Finds no one, and this Hanzo now takes high ground. Positionally an advantageous spot to be in.
Absolutely right. I mean, the Coalescence didn't even touch the even touch Seismic, and the Dragon Strike, a really good angle across around the corner there, taking them down. Now staggering the Death Timers, as you can see. Has to fall back, has to recuperate, and just shy of 2 minutes left, not far, 20 meters left to go for Hocking. 6-man strong. They do still have both support ultimates available. It's going to be one last stand here for Navarro.
Unfortunate, Arisa. You gotta just have people on. Maybe the Bash can do something, but gets picked off by Sully. Sully gets two. Balls back. Was the Reinhardt. They're trying to just knock someone off. Just try to stall as much as possible. Get as much of that time run down as they can.
Everybody's just running in, making sure that it doesn't register, doesn't move forward, that it's continuously being contested, but that Tact Visor just nails down the squishy characters, and that's a minute 20 left for Hocking. So we are going to be continuing here on King's Row, but I think now both sides have a little bit of an idea of what to expect from each other, and with such a disparity in time left, this is going to be a very interesting second half here.
So we're going to see that the Bulldogs, who will be defending first because they have a bigger time bank than the Hawks. I do want to point out, though, Seismic clutched up that third point push. Like, oh my goodness.
Oh yeah.
I've never seen a Hanzo go in, go out, and continuously get picks on his own.
Those were some magnetic arrows, to say the least. Heat-seeking, if you will.
Almost every other one was a headshot. It was amazing.
I mean, Froggy, you could make the argument that Froggy was just not in the right place at the right time, just constantly found out by Seismic. I believe that was like 2, maybe even 3 times in a row.
Sure, but alone, oh my goodness, Seismic was able to do quite a lot of work. So, if you're Hawkins here, you want to try to make your stand. If you're trying to use this double shield, your spam has to really get someone. You got to use your pulls and focus down the target together. Your Bulldogs, bait them in. Let them come in one at a time. Use that May wall to separate them and take them out one by one. That's the game plan for both teams.
It's the game plan for both teams. We're going to have to see if they are able to execute on it. An interesting Maywall here does dissuade the Hanzo, but can just climb up. So does Seismic here.
If you remember, I advised against this. They separated themselves. They got walled off. And now they're getting picked off one by one.
This is exactly what we didn't want to see. Reinhardt with a pin does take down the Orisa, and now 40 seconds left. Remember, if you're Hocking, you don't have a lot of time left. A lot less as compared to your opponent here. You stagger these death counters, it's not going to look good, but they are able to take down the Mei, they are able to take down the Diva, as well as the Reinhardt, so both tanks down, and now it's going to be a lot tougher to hold the ground, and there's going to be the staggering timers on Navarro's side instead, and Seismic out for blood, just chasing anybody trying to run away, and 12 seconds does mean that they are going to start escorting this payload forward.
Seismic looking to see who else he can pick off. The Bulldogs, both their supports got picked off last, and they are in long spawn. They are so far away. You only have the DPS and the tanks in the front line, and they are hurt bad. We need to get around that corner, try to regroup, try to plan again, because right now Hawks, they only got a window to work with. On the same side with the Bulldogs, but they have more ults coming out than the Hawks, so if they play this right, they can wipe them out all in just one fight here.
Seismic did use that Dragon Strike in the previous fight in order to capture the point, so he is trying to farm that ultimate, but beautiful Blizzard coming out from Brandon. The Amp Matrix doesn't keep much alive, in fact a lot of just being frozen there in the spot, but Seismic able to take it but not able to get back to the payload in time, and 60 meters is all Hocking are going to get.
Yep. It's just as I said, all they needed was to regroup, and Mei ult is one of the most infuriating ults to have to deal with in overtime, because once the majority of you get frozen, you can't move. And from there, it's just picking people off one by one. It's focusing target call, and that's exactly what Brawl wants.
That's exactly what Brawl got. Now, Navarro, they know what they have to do. Capture the payload, move it more than 60 meters. There it is. That's their goal. If they're able to do it, they tie up the series 1-1. They have plenty of time as compared to Hocking, so a lot more room for error, but the sooner you can get that payload under wraps, the better for them.
So
Winston.
Yeah, I don't think that's sticking around though. So on King's Row specifically, you'll see tanks go to these dive tanks just to sit up in that top window right there to take a look at what they can see from that angle. Who can they see around the corners? From there, they may just swap back to Brawl. If they truly run dive, it's not very common, but yep, just about as I expected. We do see the Pharah come out. I'm a little concerned about the Pharah. It's a good pick, but Seismic's a good Hanzo.
The heat seeking does apply. Oh, there it is! Absolutely right. The headshot, just as you said, Seismic on a different level with the DPS here on the side of Navarro. Immediately takes them down and taking the other Hanzo to a very critical health condition here. Looks like it's going to be moving fast, and there's that duel once again, Hanzo versus that Pharah, and the 100-0 once again from Seismic, just the Seismic show for the time being, but as the rest of the team comes out, they are trying to hold the point. Navarro pushing it on, trying to capture, they already have 2 ticks of it. Hocking, they have to hold here, otherwise it's not going to be looking good for them. Mech does take out 1, and they are able to shift the team fight in their favor. It's only going to be the 2 ticks for now, but 3 minutes left. It's going to be a long ways away.
And honestly, this is fine if you're the Bulldogs. You got 2 ticks out of them. You even made them use tire, window. That's great for you. You get to see a Dragon Strike come in right away. He's not going to find anyone. He finds one person. Reinhardt finds the Zen. And the Hanzo, the return from Seismic gets 2 kills, both the tanks. Now we gotta see, can the Bulldogs take the point? It's just Hanzo and Bath here. Bending. Even at just the Hanzo.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Seismic plays really aggressively despite, you know, where the rest of the team may be, and these Dragon Strikes coming out from him. I noticed he forces Navarro into a situation where you have to stay onto the critical areas to fight it out, or you're just gonna get zoned out by the ultimate, and Navarro choosing to fight. He lost it there. The payload now starting to move. It's already halfway to 60. And like you're saying, very accurate reaction to Navarro, wiping out one of each on the side of Hocking. And now, payload's still moving though, coming to exactly where it needs to be. I don't think anybody's gonna touch it in time.
No, it cannot. Bulldogs played this perfectly for Brawl. Like, this is textbook. You kept the space, you kept them game staggered, and you just are rolling through second point easily. Here's the shatter I was loving to see. Beautiful. What a beautiful shatter. Gets so much value, makes so much space. It doesn't always have to be about the kills, it's about the impact it makes.
Absolutely right, and that third capture you were talking about it, very, very critical. Having a shatter at that moment, that close to the end goal, that's exactly what you'd like to see. So props to Navarro. They tie up the series 1-1. So we are going to be going to a map 3, obviously, but we are going to cut to a short little break to get that ready for you guys. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. For those of you just tuning in, we have a 1-to-1 series on our hands, and it has been very, very exciting, very back and forth so far.
Indeed, it has. You know, I felt like the Hawks would have been a little more dominant after seeing Ilios, but as soon as I heard King's Row, I was like, yeah, the Bulldogs are probably going to have a good time here.
All right,
they
so-
weren't dominated on the first map.
Oh yeah.
But they really showed their worth on the second. But now we're on the third map, which is Volskaya 2CP, the most dreaded mode to all Overwatchers. Oh goodness.
So I've heard. So I've heard.
So with this mode, you're pretty much playing with 2 control points. And it's a pain to get either one. Pretty much imagine King's Row first point twice.
I'm gonna leave it to imagination, and I will let you be the one that determines how painful it is. You can take the full brunt for both of us. But yeah, Hocking starting off with the defending side here. So a little bit of a change going on, but I mean, still the same heroes we've been seeing pretty much the whole map, or the whole series, I should say. Nothing really different, but Seismic's Hanzo from last map, definitely a little something that echoes in Navarro's brain here.
It does. Oh, he's back on the hit scan, being Soldier 76 as we saw with the first map. And with Volskaya, Double Shield's actually really good for this map because it's all about keeping the distance, keeping high ground, maintaining your space. With Brawl here, you gotta loop around, you gotta hide behind corners, you gotta move as a unit. In fact, they split off. They all dropped now, thankfully, but that could have been a spell for disaster here. They are capturing the point right now and having little resistance to the scene.
Yeah, that main wall kind of just blocked off the front line from being the front line, you know? And so they weren't really able to get anywhere. And kind of just using this main wall for utility and trying to keep everybody off the point. In fact, T-Bone, you saw that, couldn't even come close. And just like that, the first one's already captured, and that swift, fast movement that we saw in the last map carried over here.
Yeah, it looks like the Hawks have not been able to react to dealing with Brawl with May the comp. As we see, they just pushed right in, gained 2 picks, 3 picks. Are we going to see any more? 4? Come on, let's see the 5th. Ah, it's so close. They already gained the first tick. It's just the DPS left. Soldier on high ground. Junkrat jumping in, trying to see what he can do. 5.5 minutes on the board. They barely use any ults.
No resistance coming out from Hocking. They kind of just folded over, per se. I mean, using the ultimates that they were able to charge up from that first point, just blasting into the site, going fast. And I don't think I've ever seen close to 5.5 on a 2 CP.
Yeah, it is rare to come by, but the most, little brag, the most I've seen has been around in a competitive match is about 6 minutes to 6.5.
That's crazy.
And that's very difficult to do because you get 3 minutes when you capture the first point. You have 4 minutes to capture the first point. So if you imagine, if you do it within a minute or less, you have 7 minutes towards second point.
Absolutely.
And it's such a long fight.
Yeah, I feel like that's the amount of time it takes for you to go from point to point, you know? You're just waltzing over, just beam up the progress, and then immediately swish to the next one. That's kind of what it felt like Navarro were doing, to be honest. And excellent utility, excellent zoning off on the side of the Bulldogs. We're going to have to see if the Hawks are able to replicate that in their own way, but Widowmaker coming off here for Seismic. Not going to be a swat, trying to see if we can snipe anybody out.
We'll see. We're looking at Dive here, and Dive can be very useful on this map, especially against Brawl, because the purpose of it is rather than playing distance, you pick your target. Who's leaving themselves out in the open? Who's not with the group? You see that Bulldogs Ryan gets 2 picks to start. Seismic does get the pick on Lucio, but it's as a Widow, it's not enough. I think we might want to see him go back over to this Bonzo if he wants to really get a push here.
I think so too. I mean, the Mei wall just blocks all line of sight for the Widow, and then Seismic's not able to make much of it. And if you're not with your team, you know, that is another man down just like that. So Hocking now gonna have to recuperate. They're actually, I believe, not gonna be switching off that Widow. Probably wants value from the ultimate perhaps, but
yeah, the most you get to see is the walls, like a thermal vision.
Yeah, and they're going to be trying to push in, but it's not going to be without punishment as both healers already down here. Monkey Winston looking to fall as well to the Coalescence.
Now the Bulldogs here.
Yeah, they're super healthy. They've got a lot of ultimates ready.
Yeah, and honestly, at first when I saw the Coalescence, I was like, I think that might be a bit overkill. But it's not 4 ults. You tempo properly, you're just fine. No worries. If you're Hawks though, you only have maybe Nano coming up. You guys have been swapping a lot. You haven't really been building tank ults, DPS ults, nothing. You gotta find something here.
Absolutely. So, I mean, I've heard about a nano to Winston. Winston actually taken really, really low right now in critical health and now has fallen. Hocking just not able to capture much, but it was not without bloodshed on the other side as well. Navarro taking hits, losing half of their team. These Mei walls by Brandon are just so good at blocking off Seismic from reaching their full potential, but the D.Va trying to get a little cheeky bit of that point capture, not going to succeed there, but now that's another staggered death timer.
Yep, and their tanks have swapped again. We're looking at bunker style, a pulled forward combo, as it's called. If you still have your nano, you're getting close to the dragon. I'd say try to build that dragon here and combo with the Orisa pool.
They're able to do that, it will be very, very good. It's just really hard because the DPSs are just getting blocked off. Dragon Strike forces the zone away. Brandon with the Mei Blizzard blocking off the entrance. Another beautiful choke point hold coming out for Navarro. Both killers already down. Pulse Bomb not going to connect onto anybody from T-Bone. Not looking good. 30 seconds left on the clock here. If you don't even capture this point, it's no question that Navarro are going to secure this map. They'll be taking very, very low for the time being, kind of surrounded in a sense. Is not going to be taken down for the time being, but Voice pushing forward. Seismic kind of just stuck here in the back. Hanzo v Hanzo duel. Kind of just buying time, but I mean, he wins out the duel, but the rest of his team already fallen, and 4 seconds left. Is the ball going to make it? Tracer trying to dash in, but it's not going to mean anything, and Navarro take another map to themselves. This one in a lot faster speed.
Say it's a very dominant showing. And here we see the Reinhardt once again. This Reinhardt here actually was a very big driving force throughout this entire defense. It looks like he had full command of his team. Everyone was with him, everyone stayed with him. It looked like they were listening to him, followed up with everything he did. If he said, I'm going in, they're like, we're with you. If I'm backing out, we'll get you out of there. Like, they were a unit.
Yep, and playing together was the name of the game there for the Bulldogs. They were able to move as a unit, capture those first 2 points in swift fashion, but also hold those choke points. They knew where the Hawks were going to come from. They played front to back in a sense, and they were able to hold off. And map number 3 will go to them. So it is going to be now match point for Navarro. Let's see if they're able to close it out, but we will bring you game 4 in just a moment. So stay with us. All right, everybody, welcome back to what could potentially be the final map between these two colleges here, Hocking and Navarro. Navarro putting on a clinic absolutely on Volsky in that last map. And I think that was a very big outlier from what we saw in the first two maps, but I'm very interested to see what they're going to try to do to close out the series.
Well, the map we have here going into this is an escort, and they have chosen Havana. It's nice sunny days, colorful buildings, factory you get to go into. Let's see all those aisles and everything. But it's definitely different play styles with each part of the map. First part, very in favor of snipers, long range, because there's so much distance to cover. Second point, you got a lot more close range. Got a lot of high ground and low ground as well. And third point, just dreadful. If not second point being dreadful, because again, it favors the long distance again.
Absolutely right. I mean, inside the factory, you could play around the environment. I have seen like Sniper's Nest-esque type of stuff coming out from Widowmakers and Hanzo's, you know, at the top of those, I guess, tube things, right? But we are gonna have to see how it plays out. It is this first checkpoint that you do have to go through. I've heard about the absolute pain that this one street, this one aisle of an area can bring.
Yeah, it can. We do see double shield again. Nothing's being swapped on either side practically. We see the same people, same composition. Brawl.
Oh my god!
They were not ready for that. That was a lucky shot.
I was not ready for that. That was absolutely insane. Both healers down right off the bat for Navarro. And I mean, we were talking about it. Pushing offensively on this first area is one of the hardest parts about this map. And Seismic taking names left and right here. Truly,
you got the first 4 kills.
Yeah, truly a pocket pick per se.
Yes, indeed. Now we do see that he's already at Dragons.
Oh, yeah.
No one else has an ult except for Junkrat having his come up. That's really good at Hunter. You definitely want to have your ult. Because you can just let it rip like it's just a cooldown. As we see right here, finds a pick already on Lucio.
Reading from Navarro really, really well, knowing that they're going to be pushed up around that part, making excellent use of that Dragon Strike.
Uh-oh, here we go. Let's see it.
Is there patent pending tire? Doesn't really get too much done, but the Missile Barrage from the Diva does take down T-Bone. So another DPS staggered once again. A headshot there for the Hanzo, but he is found out in his little area. Almost at the first checkpoint already. It's going to come down to this Coalescence being used. Let's see if it can get any value. It does take down the Zen. A lot of people at critical health. There's going to be the Flux getting massive value onto Navarro, trying to even it out. It is going to be members of Hocking falling though, but so is Navarro. And another beautiful arrow coming out from Seismic. He already has Dragon again.
Yep. It's a cooldown. For Seismic, his ultimate's a cooldown. It is not an ultimate.
It is a short cooldown too. I mean, it is practically up every team fight. And we were talking about it. It's pretty impressive for DPSs to have their ulti up approximately every team fight. And the fact that Seismic is doing it rather casually, per se, is actually pretty impressive. But the counter Dragon Strike catches him off guard and actually catches out 3 people with it. And that's got to be a really good stagger here, but other DPS T-Bone trying to make use of what he can, does get taken down though by the Diva. That is going to be that first checkpoint captured by Navarro.
So here's the thing for Hawks. You got Bongos, you got Tigers, you got both support ones. Against the Bulldogs, which if you're tracking the ultimates, they only have 2 to work with. You have the ult economy here against them. You don't have to use everything. In fact, you know the majority of them are already at the top right. They're starting to push you. We see the bomb going in. Gets the Junkrat. Tanks take out one of their supports. Another tank going down on the side of the Hawks. But the good news is that Thanks to Seismic, the card has been stalled momentarily. That's what you need.
And we've kind of been seeing this little bit of hesitancy, I would say, on the side of Hocking College. I mean, we've seen it in the previous maps as well, where they would have 3, 4, even 5 ultimates available, and they either just get caught out before they can use it, or they try to take a team fight without utilizing what they have, and that gives Navarro a chance to equalize on that ultimate bank. But they do still have the advantage here. Dragon Strike being used again by Seismic. Doesn't take down anybody with that, but really good pressing forward coming out from Navarro. 5 already down. Transcendence used to just stay alive as the Zen, but it's not going to be for much longer, I would say. They're pushing very forward. That second point easily toppled over, and now comes down to this final stand here for Hocking.
Yeah, it does. So we do see Seismic on the Widow. I'm not sure if they're going to stay it. Looks like they will. Widows are pretty dominant on defense here for the third part of the map. But Bulldogs, they already have the space. They're taking cover as they need. They even sent the Diva to make sure the Widow doesn't get any value on that high ground.
Yeah, excellent read there by the Diva, knowing exactly where Seismic is going to be. Ooh, does get triggered by the Venom Bite. Lives with 7 HP. That is actually pretty critical here. You do want to stay alive at this part of the game. If you lose a DPS here, it could be the beginning of something very bad in terms of the staggering. And as I say that, little bit of a caster curse possibly onto Vicky there.
Yeah, just a little, but the Bulldogs, they're still doing all right. If the Hawks are not careful, I think the Hawks definitely want to ult here early, because we're going to see a lot of ults coming out of these Bulldogs here real quick. They're going to get their picks.
Yeah, they want to try to push past any choke points here. Once you get past the bridge, it's very good. The Diva Detonate actually catches out 2 people on the side of Hocking. Everybody else just toppling like dominoes after, and now Seismic, buddy, you have to stay alive here. If you fall, that's going to be a 5v6 to hold it. Last 10 meters approximately, there's going to be the Flux, takes down the enemy. Hanzo does Sully. Amp Matrix used as a home defense with the high ground available, but the Blizzard in the middle of this area just takes down and zones out and splits apart Hocking, and that's potentially the final nail in the coffin. There it is, minute 50 left in the bank as the 3-0 first round for Navarro.
Yep. Hocking, I gotta be honest with you. Your double shield's not getting the value you want here. That's what's the frustrating part here. It might be that your double shield is your bread and butter, so you're falling back on it. That is what you're relying on the most. But you can't continue to use it. What you have to do here, if you're Hocking College, is that you need to either get rid of that Mei or somehow slow them down, because the Mei is gaining way too much value with their walls on you.
I completely agree. We've seen during Volskaya how much impact a simple ability can do in terms of hindering pathways, but also hindering line of sights. And you know, we're back in this position now. Hocking have to be on the offensive, and it looks like they're gonna try the Mei out for themselves here. We did see the little bit of tech, you know, putting the Mei wall onto the payload, moving with you, so then that prevents a little bit of that damage coming out, but still could have potential damage coming out from the sides. We're gonna have to see how it plays out. Both DPSs now mirrored on both sides.
So with this kind of comp, what I was expecting to see, and they're not doing, is they're not rushing them out from the gate now. Oh boy, you're giving up a lot of space if you're playing Brawl like this. That's a dangerous game to play.
Flank here. Very dangerous, like you said. I don't think they're too worried about him yet. I think they're more worried about the fact that this payload, like you said, gave up so much space, now already so far up. There's going to be the Fire Strike taking down the opposite Reinhardt. Navarro winning out that little fight. Seismic still on the side. again, just keeping the payload where it is for the time being.
The fact that they looks like they're trying to push them, but they were able to get over that wall, so they have to back up around the corner. If they were to push that, someone might have lost their life. Now here we go. No one has ults on either side, except for maybe Shado on the side of the Bulldogs having to come up. Just have to see who's going to get more value out of their line here.
Lessons already being used, trying to solve out this choke point issue here. I believe that's going to be the Blizzard as well, coming down for Brandon.
Yeah, it is. You do see that Seismic was able to pick off Froggy there, and I'm not sure. I thought the Bulldogs Hanzo got picked off. It might be wrong. Both of them have their ultimates. There's more ult economy on the side of the Hogs. We do see the Blizzard come out. Ults are being thrown in left and right on both sides. First one to go down is the Hawks Lucio.
Lucio does go down, and you hate to see that, especially because you expended both DPS ults to try to move forward. Coalescence down now as well for the Moira. So your ultimates all expended. There's going to be the self-destruct, I believe, though. Actually, no, that was the remake. That's on me. That's actually the remake right there. But Shadow here using the ultimate of his own here, trying to push back Hocking, is going to be successful. Takes down Seismic, kind of just hones in on him. And there it is, payload being pushed back once again. And there's the struggle that we're seeing, trying to get past this alleyway on Havana.
Yeah, it's all about that long distance. It's hard to close the distance and without taking too much damage. So here, you got the ult economy. Hawks, now it's time to use it. Doesn't matter if you use everything, you just gotta get something going. You gotta get the picks and get that snowball rolling.
Both Diva Bombs being used at the same time. Seismic now finding those headshots once again, but Dragon Strike finds him as well. Takes down 2, as a matter of fact. Again, the numbers advantage for Navarro once again, shy of 1 minute left on the clock. Not really a lot of room for error. Brandon, as I say that, almost gets taken down there.
You see that T-Bone was able to get one of the Bulldogs eliminated. So they're going to be coming back from spawn. Here's how we're going to see this online gameplay. It looks like their game plan is trying to hook someone in, isolate them, and then take them out.
Yep, there's going to be the Lucio using the ult, trying to keep everybody relatively healthy, giving a lot of people breathing room with the shield Deadeye just to take down the mech, but the flashbang doesn't really connect onto anybody. It does result in the mech though, using the payload as the Dragon Strike to come out, separating the team, splitting them in half. Trying to jump onto this Mei who's in the front lines. Doesn't get the freeze out in time though. Moira now in the front, but that's going to be a big stagger so far. But you do have to keep escorting the payload. You cannot separate away from it because it is the overtime.
Yes, so it's overtime. Most of the Bulldogs have respawned at this point, so what you got to do here is pick them off one by one as they slowly come in staggering. But no one's contesting point, they get it for free! Look, they made it.
I think that Dragon Strike was kind of used to dissuade them from the payload, but like you said, no contest means it still does move forward because of the proximity. And I thought at first Navarro was just going to give up that first point, but they did expend a little bit of resources. It did result in a little bit of staggering. Seismic! That's just dirty, my guy. Oh my goodness.
I mean, I was expecting it, honestly. I already saw him going through Zen and I was like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, but every time he does it, it's still very impressive.
That is a worthwhile shatter there. Both of the Bulldogs supports are gone.
Both of them down indeed, and now staggering very, very importantly. No healers though on the side of Hocking. They are gonna just have to hold with what they have, but still pressing forward. T-Bone getting caught once again. Dragon almost up for Seismic. In fact, Mei and Hanzo are going to have their ultimates available. T-Bone has the Deadeye if needed, does need to recuperate, rejoin with the group first. We'll see everybody
we
with
see
that
it.
radar. Yup, there it is. Dragon Strike.
Looks like they're trying to put their back against Hocking a hard place, but he wasn't able to get really any value. Wizard comes in, as well as Coalescence on the side of the Bulldogs. They're able to get both tanks from the Hawks. They're looking to try to get Seismic here too.
And they will be able to, using that Blizzard at one of the choke points, similar to King's Row, you know, that little bit of an underpass. You either have to go above around it with that high ground or join up with the payload end. You know, Brandon figuring it out, pincering the options that Hocking has, and stuck in a similar situation. 30 seconds left on the clock. You've got to keep it on that overtime. Seismic, I believe that was a hook into an arrow, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that was he hooked the Diva just like that. Didn't live to tell the tale, sadly, but surprise arrow. Right now it's a trade back and forth. Looks, I think it's in the favor of the Hawks here currently. You only see the Lucio and the Hanzo on the side of the Bulldogs. They're escaping to try to regroup with their team. Not sure this Lucio gets out. He does! He's too quick! He's too slippery!
The wall jumps.
Yes, wall riding. They need to stay on card. Looking to have a big shatter here. Has to get value! Get practically everyone!
Sound Barrier hits absolutely everybody. Does farm up enough for that dragon once again. Has to get a lot of value here. Reinhardt, though, has found out the Hanzo, forces him to not be able to push out. And so that leaves T-Bone to be the main damage dealer in this team fight. But Brandon does quite a bit before falling himself. Seismic as well, and nobody left to escort the payload. Means Navarro, they take the map, they take the series 3-1 against Hocking College.
They do. And here we go again. The Reinhardt from the Bulldogs.
Racenix has had some very impactful gameplay throughout this series.
Leading has
Shatter, oh my god. The funnel.
Yeah, it's a terrible spot to be in when against Brawl. Especially a Reinhardt when he's so close to that ult.
Absolutely right. And with that, that does conclude this series 3-1. I am not too sure if we're going to have an interview, but we will cut to a break just in case. We will be right back with whatever we have after that. All right, everybody, welcome back. A very exciting conclusion to this first to three series we had between Hocking and Navarro. But in the end, Navarro comes victorious 3-1. We have an interview lined up for you guys with one of the players on Navarro, Froggy Toast, the Lucio player. A really good showing overall. So welcome to the desk, Froggy.
Hi.
Yeah, so I mean, let's just start off. I mean, clearly it was not an easy series. There was a lot of back and forth throughout of it. But I want to ask about map number 3, Volskaya, because that felt like a really big outlier in this first 3 series. What was going through your guys' mind when you were, approaching the map and the strategies behind it?
Honestly, we knew that most likely one of the hit scan would be at an off angle and the rest of the team would rush. And we figured if they rushed into that right side room, we just block them in, take them all out.
Makes sense. And we saw a lot of that being used with that Maywall, just absolutely neglecting other people from being in the area. Sami, I mean, do you have any questions for our guest here?
I do. So, out of curiosity, are you the main caller, the shot caller, or person that gets everyone organized?
No, our main shot caller is actually Hunter. That's Roy Senex, our main tank.
See, sometimes you'll see with the support. So I was just curious, since because you have control over when people can speed in or out.
Yeah, I definitely get a lot of calls. Speed, speed, speed. So gotten used to reacting as quickly as I can to those calls from Hunter.
And then one more question from me. What was your strategy with dealing with that Hanzo? Because he seemed to stick out like a sore thumb from time to time.
So we kind of, with the May, we really either knew it's block off the team, go for the Hanzo, or just block off the Hanzo, take care of the team. Me personally, I can admit easily I got picked off by him several times. And so for me personally, I would say just try to stay grouped with my team so I wouldn't get headshot quite as often.
See, I'm going to pass it over back to Henry, see if he has any more questions for you.
Yeah, just one last one, because we did, I mean, obviously going through the series, Hocking, they did take map number 1. What did you and your team go through to, in a sense, recuperate and gather yourselves and be like, okay, we pretty much, we know what we have to do to close out this series and to finish it off?
So typically by the end of the first map, we can kind of gather who on the team is the strongest. And honestly, it's very obvious that that was Seismic. And so we just knew that we would either have to avoid him or take care of him immediately. So we just spent that map kind of gathering info we learned from our mistakes on that map.
All right, and you excellent read, because it ended up working out and you guys were able to close out the last 3 maps there. So yeah, thank you for the interview. Is there anything you want to say to the fans out there?
I just want to thank my team and my coach. Coach White is probably one of the best coaches in esports, and we're all grateful to have him. I want to thank all of my friends that always tune into streams and support. And lastly, I want to thank all of our haters because honestly, we wouldn't have the drive and passion for this that we have if we weren't wanting to win to prove y'all wrong. So.
All right, love that energy coming from you. Thank you for joining us on the desk today, Froggy.
Thank you for having me.
All right, and that does conclude the end of this broadcast. So, thank you guys for tuning in to watch. We've had 2 exciting NJCAAE Overwatch matches, followed by an East Coast Conference League of Legends, and closing out with this one also from NJCAAE. But, Sami, do you have anything you want to say to the audience out there?
Not too much else. Just stay safe, everyone. If you do want to see some more Overwatch, you can see me go over on my Twitch. It's pretty much the same name, Saminami. You find it, you'll get to see some main tank play.
Sounds good. And if you want to catch some of my action, I'm also on Twitter at Henryverse. But with that being said, that does do it for us. So on behalf of me, my co-caster, production, and observers, and everybody behind the scenes, thank you guys for watching and have a wonderful spring break. We'll see you guys next time.